Chapter 143. The person who walked in was Ling Xiao. His face was full of sorrow. Even though the old man lying in the hall had not taught him much, the old man's love for him was undeniable. When he heard that the old man had passed away, he immediately rushed over. He did not want to see the old man pass away like this. No matter what price he had to save the old man. Even though he did not have the confidence, he would not give up until he tried. Xiao heir, the grand elder has already passed away. Don't disturb him, Ling Song comforted. Ling Xiao did not respond to Ling Song. Instead, he glared at Ling Yan and yelled, "If the old man really does not wake up, I will make sure your entire family dies with him." If it was before, Ling Yan would definitely have yelled at Ling Xiao, and even taught him a lesson. However, there was only guilt in his heart now, and he couldn't say anything to Bin. Indeed, if it were not for the two brothers plotting a rebellion, the Li and Lan families taking advantage of the situation, the Ling family would not have met with such a disaster. "Alright, stop arguing here. Hurry up and let the old man enter the coffin," Ling Chen said unhappily. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was the grand elder's disciple, seeing this brat being so arrogant made him slightly unhappy. "I said that I can save the old man. No one is allowed to touch the old man," Ling Xiao said calmly as he bent down to look at the grand elder. "Bastard. Don't think that just because you are the grand elder's disciple that you can disrespect your elders. The grand elder's breath is already gone. Even a heaven-defying pill cannot bring him back to life, let alone a brat like you. Ling Song, chase him out, don't let him delay the grand elder's rest." Ling Chen slammed the table and yelled. Even though Ling Song was the clan leader, the authority of the previous generation's grand elder was not lower than his. He was about to go over and persuade Ling Xiao to leave. "Wastrel Xiao Jin," Ling Xiao called out with a frown. The spirit beast bracer flashed, and the fire Qilin and the golden wolf king appeared on either side of Ling Xiao. The two spirit beasts sensed Ling Xiao's anger and glared at the group. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would pounce and kill them. All the elders looked at Ling Xiao's two majestic spiritual beasts, and their hearts were filled with awe. For a moment, no one dared to move. Even Ling Chen shut his mouth, his mind was filled with thoughts. This guy can't be the legendary beast tamer, right? Beast tamers were extremely rare in the entire continent. They were people with extraordinary talents in Tenbin. They could work with the spiritual beast sect and tame spiritual beasts. Every beast tamer was also divided into ranks. Those who could tame rank 1 spirit beasts were rank 1 beast tamers. Those who could tame rank 2 spirit beasts were rank 2 beast tamers, and so on. The higher the rank of a beast tamer, the more fearsome he was. He might not be very powerful, but he could make a large group of spirit beasts follow him. With high-rank spirit beasts by his side at all times, who would dare to disrespect him? It could be said that beast tamers were even rarer than alchemists and blacksmiths. Elder Chen let Xiao heir try. He's a rank 2 alchemist, maybe he has a good idea. Ling Song said to Ling Chen. He only said this to give Ling Chen a way out of this embarrassing situation. Rank 2 alchemist? All the elders were shocked, but in their hearts, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Sigh, alright. Since this kid is the great elder's disciple, I believe the great elder will not blame him for venting his sins. Ling Chen sighed. All the elders turned their faces away. None of them believed that Ling Xiao had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Unless he was at the legendary refined saint stage or godly stage, then there might be a glimmer of hope. However, Ling Xiao himself was also not 100% confident. It could only be said that there was a glimmer of hope. Ling Xiao gathered his thoughts and continuously called out in his heart, "Elder Lu, quickly come out and save him." Of course, Lu Wang, who was in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, could feel the urgency in Ling Xiao's heart. He immediately replied, "Little friend, although this old man has some ability, you can't keep tormenting this old man like this. I've only recovered a little bit of vitality during this period of time, and now you want to exploit me again. Elder Lu, I've never thought of tormenting you. I just want my drop of 10,000-year tree's milk back. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word," Ling Xiao said. A few days ago, Ling Xiao had helped Lu Wang auction off the green needle silver, and Lu Wang had promised Ling Xiao a drop of 10,000-year tree's milk. Right now, Ling Xiao was planning to use this drop of 10,000-year tree's milk to save the great elder. Ling Xiao had consumed the 10,000-year tree's milk before, so he felt that its effect should not be as simple as increasing one's lifespan by 100 years. He believed that it definitely had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Otherwise, how would Lu Wang have been able to make all the plants in the illusionary valley grow again in such a short period of time? Lu Wang shook his head. He had originally wanted to earn some of Ling Xiao's money, but he didn't expect that he would have to spit it out now. He smiled bitterly and had no choice but to contribute a drop of crystal white tree's milk. Every drop of 10,000-year tree's milk was the location of his profound qi, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to condense a drop of crystal white tree's milk. However, since he had previously promised Ling Xiao, he wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't know the value of the green needle silver that Lu Wang had obtained. Otherwise, Lu Wang wouldn't have used a drop of 10,000-year tree's milk to ask Ling Xiao to help him auction it. Ling Xiao placed his finger on the Grand Elder's dry lips and guided Lu Wang's drop of 10,000-year tree's milk into his mouth. Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Elder and softly said, "Grandfather, I know that you won't die so easily, right? You still haven't taught me to become a king. You're too useless as my master. If you don't wake up, I won't acknowledge you as my master in the future. That's too shameful." The elders in the hall all mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao couldn't accept the fact that the Grand Elder had passed away. Ling Song felt very gratified in his heart. At least his grandson was loyal and loyal. No one knew that while Ling Xiao was speaking, he had already dripped the 10,000-year tree's milk into the Grand Elder's mouth. At this moment, a pure and vast energy spread out from the Grand Elder's lifeless body, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy that spread out gave the elders in the hall a big fright. What's going on? Ling Chen looked at the Grand Elder, who was undergoing a strange change on the ground. So pure, so powerful. Ling Song muttered as he felt the energy that the Grand Elder was emitting. All the elders looked at the scene in front of them with faces full of shock. They saw that the Grand Elder was wrapped in a ball of green light that was full of vitality. The green light emitted a dazzling light that made people unable to look directly at it. Gradually, the Grand Elder's wounds not only recovered under the nourishment of the green light, but also underwent an astonishing change. His originally white hair gradually turned black, and his withered old skin became firm and ruddy. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Even Ling Xiao himself was startled by what he saw. Could it be that the 10,000-year tree's milk also has the effect of rejuvenating one's youth? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. Not long after, the Grand Elder's changes gradually stopped, and he actually returned to his middle-aged appearance. His heart also began to beat, and his aura gradually became stronger. Just at the moment when the green light disappeared, the Grand Elder opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and a powerful aura spread out, causing everyone to take a few steps back. Waves of powerful spiritual energy from the surroundings surged towards the Grand Elder. He was no longer surrounded by the green light, but by a golden light like the sun, appearing extremely holy and inviolable. The Grand Elder's aura became stronger and stronger, and the temporary meeting room was immediately crushed by the spiritual energy that rushed over. Everyone hurriedly ran out of the meeting room. Grand Elder broke through. Ling Chen said with his mouth wide open in disbelief. For a moment, Ling Song and the other elders' hearts were thrown into a storm. They actually could not help but want to worship the Grand Elder who was emitting such a powerful aura. Luckily their consciousness was still quite strong, otherwise they really would have knelt down. The surrounding Ling family members who were cleaning up the mess were all forced to the ground by the Grand Elder's powerful aura, their hearts filled with reverence. Suddenly the Grand Elder, who had been standing all this time, emitted an ear-piercing crackling sound. Then, he let out a hearty laugh, and then pushed himself up from the ground. "I've finally broken through." The Grand Elder's voice was like a morning bell, ringing in the hearts of every Ling family member. At this moment, the Grand Elder finally became the protector in the hearts of everyone in the Ling family. They firmly believed that as long as the Grand Elder was still alive, the Ling family would definitely continue to prosper. Ling Chun, Ling Song, and the other elders all bowed to the Grand Elder in midair, and said, Congratulations to the Grand Elder for successfully breaking through and becoming a king. Ling Xiao looked at the Supreme Elder in midair as well, and he couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart as he sensed the powerful pressure emanating from the Supreme Elder. Is this the pressure of a king rank expert? Normally, when a martial artist reached the Spirit Master level, they would be able to produce an aura and use it to shock their opponents. However, that had to be done on purpose. Right now, the Grand Elder only had to stand there, and everyone below the Spirit Master level felt a sense of pressure. If the Grand Elder deliberately released his aura, then anyone below the Spirit Master level would be heavily injured, and anyone below the Mystic Knight level would immediately die. This was the terrifying thing about a king-level expert. You can all pass, the Grand Elder said as he slowly descended from midair. After the Grand Elder stood still, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao. In a flash, he appeared beside Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Xiao heir, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I really would have gone to see the King of Hell." Hee, that's because my life is tough. Even the King of Hell wouldn't dare to take you in. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. This time, Ling Xiao was really very happy. He had finally saved the Grand Elder. Alright, I won't be unreasonable anymore. Then, do you still feel that having a master like me is a disgrace to you? The Grand Elder couldn't help but tease him. He was very happy in his heart. In fact, long ago, the Grand Elder knew that his time was coming. Only by breaking through to the king level could he extend his lifespan by 200 years. Unfortunately, his body had suffered many injuries in his early years, and he had many hidden injuries. Thus, he had never been able to break through from half-step king level to the true king level. This was also the reason why he was in a hurry to choose a successor. He only hoped that in the last 2 years, he could help the Ling clan cultivate a successor who could protect the Ling clan in the future. Who knew that Ling Mo and Ling Yan would betray him, causing him to fight Han Ming, and both of them would die in battle. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, which allowed his internal organs to still have vitality for a certain period of time. If Ling Xiao had saved him a little later, when all the muscle cells in his body had died, even the milk of the 10,000-year tree wouldn't be able to bring him back to life. The Grand Elder looked around at the miserable state of the Ling clan. He frowned and looked at the group of elders. Finally, his gaze fell on Ling Yan. Ling Yan stepped forward and knelt in front of the Grand Elder. He repented. Ling Yan has failed the Ling clan. Grand Elder, please grant me death. Chapter 144. You deserve to die, the Supreme Elder said calmly. At this moment, Ling Tsong stepped forward and said to the Supreme Elder, "Supreme Elder, the 5th Elder has repented, so let's punish him." The Supreme Elder looked at the two of them and sighed. "Forget it, Ling Yan. Go and face the wall for 10 years. You're not allowed to step out of the family. If you do anything to the Ling family again, I won't let you off." "Thank you, Supreme Elder," Ling Yan bowed. After Ling Yan left, the Supreme Elder asked him about what had happened in the past day and night. Ling Tsong briefly told him what had happened. The Li family and the Lan family. The Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Supreme Elder, do you think we should go and destroy the Li and Lan families now?" Ling Chen asked. Originally, with the Ling family's strength, it would have been difficult to destroy the Li and Lan families, but now it was different. The Supreme Elder's breakthrough had given the Ling family a boost of confidence. Just the Grand Elder alone could wipe out all the people from these 2 clans in a matter of minutes. Since they dared to offend our Ling family, we can't let them off, the Supreme Elder said sternly. He then said to Ling Chen, "Ling Chen, take the elders and destroy the Lan family. I'll personally deal with the Li family. Before they leave Meteorite City, make sure they all disappear. Ling Tsong, you're the Ling family's patriarch, so you don't need to fight. Stay here and rebuild the inner courtyard." "Yes," Ling Chen replied. He immediately brought the remaining 5 elders, Ling Yuan, Hu Yi, and the 4 spirit masters that Ling Tsong had trained to personally go to the Lan family. "Xiao heir, are you interested in going to the Li family with me?" The Supreme Elder looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. "Xiao heir, that's exactly what I'm thinking," Ling Xiao replied. It was impolite not to return the favor. If one didn't take revenge, one wouldn't be a gentleman. Now that the Grand Elder had made a move, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let the Li family off. Of course, he was only going there to train because he felt that he was about to reach the critical point of breaking through, and moving around would be beneficial to his breakthrough. Let's go, I'll take you there. It'll be faster that way, the Supreme Elder said as he walked over to Ling Xiao. He was a king rank expert now and could fly, so his speed was naturally much faster than walking. Old master, you should go first. I can keep up with you. Maybe you won't be able to catch up with me, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Your mount may be fast, but do you really think it can catch up to me? The Grand Elder laughed. He rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Li clan. He deliberately slowed down a little, waiting for Ling Xiao to run over on the Golden Wolf King. However, he didn't expect that the little red beast beside Ling Xiao could actually transform. It instantly grew to 2 meters long. Its appearance was very mighty and extraordinary. Could this be the legendary Qilin divine beast? The Grand Elder thought in horror. Ling Xiao mounted the fire Qilin and flew towards the Grand Elder. Soon he reached the Grand Elder's side. Old master, let's go. This prodigal's speed is faster than yours. Ling Xiao commanded the fire Qilin to fly towards the Li family. Its speed was like a gust of wind, and it instantly appeared 100 meters away. Good lad, I really didn't misjudge you. The Grand Elder laughed bitterly and flew forward at full speed. In the Li family no one was happy. Instead, their hearts were heavy. They had thought that they would take advantage of the Ling family's internal strife to take them down in one fell swoop. They hadn't expected to suffer a double loss in the end. Now, all the direct descendants of the Li family were gathered in the conference room. Clan leader, what should we do now? What if the Ling family attacks? A lightly injured elder asked Li Qianzhong worriedly. He hadn't expected the Ling family to be so powerful. Even with the combined forces of 2 families, more than half of them had still been killed. He also knew that it was mainly because Ling Mo had taken the spirit-burning pill. What's there to be afraid of? The Ling family's losses aren't small either. I don't think they'll attack during this period of time. But we also need to tighten our defenses and warn our clansmen not to go out during this period. Li Qianzhong frowned. How could he not be afraid of the Ling family's revenge? But he didn't think that the Ling family would attack so quickly. After all, the Ling family's losses weren't small. If the Ling family chose to invade at this time, even if the Ling family successfully destroyed the Li family would have to pay a heavy price. At that time, the Li family would not be able to recover, and 2 of the 3 great families would be removed from Meteorite City. This was a result that the Ling family did not want to see. Qianzhong, I already said that attacking the Ling family this time was unwise. Even the old clan leader, a Li family elder, shook his head and sighed. When they had chosen to become enemies with the Ling family, he had strongly opposed it. He felt that with the Li family's current strength, they wouldn't be able to shake the Ling family. If he hadn't heard the old clan leader say that someone was going to deal with the Ling family's old man, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Elder Hong, do you think there's any point in saying this now? Are you saying that only the Ling family is allowed to bully our Li family? Qingqing was killed, and Yuanlong's hand was cut off. This was all instigated by that little bastard from the Ling family. If we don't respond, wouldn't that be throwing away the Li family's face? Li Qianzhong said unhappily. Now that things have reached this point, there's no point in talking about it. Let's talk about the family's future. I think we should ask the Ling family for peace. You've all sensed the shocking aura from the Ling family just now. I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Li Qianzhong interrupted him. Elder Hong, I think you've become stupid after being in seclusion for so long. Right now, the 2 families are at each other's throats, and you want to ask for peace? Tell me, are you thinking of betraying the family? Li Qianzhong's chi surged as he charged towards the elder. Li Qianzhong, I Haoshi am your elder. How dare you insult me like this? I declare that I'm leaving the family, and whatever happens in the family in the future has nothing to do with me. The elder snorted, unwilling to be outdone. His invasion of the Ling family had failed this time, and he was afraid. If that old fart from the Ling family didn't die, then it would be a disaster for the Li family. He didn't want to be buried with him. How dare you betray the family? Li Qianzhong shouted, and without any warning, his hand shot out. A small flame shot towards the elder's chest. Uft. The elder hadn't expected Li Qianzhong to attack just like that. He didn't even have time to defend himself before his heart was pierced by that flame. Even in death, he couldn't rest in peace. Whoever dares to stir the hearts of the people will die, Li Qianzhong said gloomily. For a moment, none of the elders in the main hall dared to say anything else. Clan leader, it's bad. One of the enforcers ran back in panic. Bastard! Li Qianzhong shouted, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the enforcer flying out of the room. He died on the spot. Right now Li Qianzhong was in a fit of anger, and someone had actually said something bad about him. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Just at this time, a shocking explosion came from outside the room, mixed with miserable screams. Don't tell me the Ling family has attacked so quickly? One of the elders quivered. Let's go take a look. Li Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly, and he was the first to rush out. The remaining 5 elders of the Li clan also followed him out of the room. Then they saw a scene that made them all feel ashamed. I beg you, young Master Ling Xiao. Even if you want me to be a pig or a dog, I'm willing. Please don't kill me. A youth knelt in front of Ling Xiao, wiping away his snot as he begged. This youth was Li Qianzhong's grandson Li Guangyin. He was one of the 3 tyrants of Meteor City who had wanted to take over Yuxi a year ago. Haha, I can let you go. As long as you dare call your grandfather Li Qianzhong the #1 old pervert of Meteor City, raping captives, killing people, arson, and committing all sorts of crimes, this young master will consider letting you go. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. Li Guangyin looked at Li Qianzhong in shame, but he didn't dare say anything. Since you have so much guts, then I'll send you on your way, Ling Xiao said impatiently, raising the blazing flame sword in his hand. No. I'll curse. Li Guangyin's spirit had completely collapsed in the face of the death god's summons. Then he turned his head to look at Li Qianzhong and cursed. Li Qianzhong is Meteor City's #1 old pervert, raping captives, arson, and committing all sorts of crimes. An old pervert. You bastard, I'll kill you. Li Qianzhong had never suffered such humiliation, and it was even cursed by his own grandson. How could he keep his old face? A towering rage surged forth. He flicked his fingers and 2 small flames shot out. One was aimed at Ling Xiao, and the other was aimed at his grandson Li Guangyin. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. But Li Qianzhong didn't have the slightest bit of pity for his spineless grandson. He had actually knelt to the enemy, and even insulted his own grandfather. What was the point of keeping this kind of trash in this world? Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel admiration for Li Qianzhong's vicious methods. Li Qianzhong was truly worthy of being the clan head of a generation. He was even willing to destroy his own family for the sake of righteousness. Just as the fiery light was about to reach Ling Xiao, a golden light flashed and the fiery light disappeared. Only the fiery light that was heading for Li Guangyin continued to advance until it pierced through the center of Li Guangyin's forehead. Who is it? Li Qianzhong looked around in shock. He hadn't expected that someone would be able to silently disperse his raging flame finger. Brat from the Li clan dares to offend my Ling clan? All of you can go to hell. A voice boomed through the air like thunder, causing everyone in the Li clan to feel their ears ringing. This sir you are? Li Qianzhong raised his head to look at the Grand Elder floating in the air, and asked in fear. He swore that he had never seen such a person in the Ling clan. Furthermore, this person was a true king-level expert. He felt a sense of regret that he had never felt before. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate by attacking the Ling clan this time. Haha, looks like you don't recognize me. I am Ling He from the Ling clan. The Grand Elder laughed wildly. He hadn't expected that he would one day break through to the king level. This had increased his lifespan by 200 years, and he had also recovered his middle-aged appearance. How could he not be happy? Ling He, you're the Ling clan's Grand Elder. Li Qianzhong muttered, waves of shock surging through his heart. It's good that you know. This old man will send your Li clan on their way. The Grand Elder responded. He waved his hands and waves of spiritual energy surged out. when the golden spiritual energy condensed into a solid golden spear. The Grand Elder flipped his hand and countless golden spears rained down on the Li clan. Rumble. Chapter 145. In half a day's time, the Li and Lan families were completely annihilated by the Ling family. There were thousands of people in the two families, but not a single one survived. Killing without mercy, one must pull up weeds by the roots. Otherwise, who knew what kind of disaster would be left behind in the future? After this battle, the status of the Ling family reached an unprecedented peak. Many small and medium-sized families expressed their desire to form an alliance with the Ling family. The patriarchs or acting elders of these families brought gifts to congratulate the Ling family. This was because the Ling family had a king-level powerhouse who was like the sun at high noon. This made them have no choice but to bow their heads in submission to avoid suffering the same fate as the Li and Lan families in the future. As for the Luo family, Luo Xiangming personally came to congratulate and apologize. He also mentioned to Ling Song that Luo Qingshuang should marry Ling Xiao so that the two families could form an alliance. Ling Song did not give Luo Xiangming a clear answer. After all, Luo Xiangming's stance was not firm enough. If he had chosen to help the Ling family, perhaps Ling Song would have agreed without hesitation. Luo Xiangming knew that he had missed the opportunity to form an alliance with the Ling family during the clan's tournament, but he did not regret his decision. After all, it concerned the survival of the Ling family, and he did not dare to make the decision on his own. However, he did not give up on the opportunity to form an alliance with the Ling family. He had heard from his wife that there was a mysterious second or third rank alchemist behind Ling Xiao. Luo Xiangming regretted his decision. If he had known that Ling Xiao had such a master alchemist behind him, he would have helped the Ling family that day. Regret was regret, but he was even more determined to form an alliance with the Ling family through marriage. Thus he personally talked to his granddaughter Luo Qingshuang. He knew that his granddaughter loved Ling Xiao to the core, and so he encouraged his granddaughter to work hard to control her own happiness. Luo Qingshuang, of course, knew what her grandfather was thinking. However, she truly loved Ling Xiao. Even if her grandfather did not agree, she was determined to marry no one but Ling Xiao. Recently, Luo Qingshuang had visited the Ling family many times. The guards of the Ling family also knew that this young lady of the Luo family had a close relationship with young master Ling Xiao, so she was able to enter Ling Xiao's house without any obstructions. The status of Ling Xiao's family was different now. Because the inner courtyard had been destroyed, the Ling family had begun to rebuild it. So Ling Xiao's family was directly integrated into the inner courtyard. In other words, Ling Xiao's family had the same status as the other elders in the inner courtyard, and Ling Xiao was no longer an attendant. Instead, he was directly nominated as the 14th elder. The original 7th and 8th elders had died in battle. The 9th elder, Ling Fu, was promoted to the 7th elder. Ling Yuan was promoted to the 8th elder. Hui was promoted to the 9th elder, and the 10th to 13th elders were the 4 spirit masters that Ling Song had secretly trained. Ling Xiao was the 14th elder. Normally, in order to become an elder, one had to be at least a spirit master. As for why Ling Xiao was able to become an elder, this puzzled everyone. At first, everyone thought that it was the arrangement of the Grand Elder, but when clan leader Ling Song announced that Ling Xiao was still a second-tier alchemist, everyone was shocked. Their Ling family actually had such an alchemist. This was too unbelievable. Although their Ling family had produced a third-tier alchemist a few hundred years ago, there was no one to inherit his legacy. Even in recent generations, there had not been an alchemist. They had no idea who Ling Xiao's master was. To be able to become a second-tier alchemist at such a young age, didn't that mean that Yuan Ping, a second-tier alchemist in the Spirit Herb Hall, who was almost 60 years old, would have to go bang his head against a wall and die? Because of this, many people did not believe that Ling Xiao was really an alchemist. However, today they had a chance to see if Ling Xiao was a real or fake alchemist. In 3 days, Ling Xiao would personally perform alchemy in the inner courtyard. For this alchemy, the Ling family had invited some of the more famous elders in Meteorite City to observe. This could be considered as the Ling family's first public display after the war. It was to strengthen the Ling family's current prestige, and let others know that the Ling family not only had a king-level expert, but also an alchemist. Now they were fully deserving of being the overlord of Meteorite City. Although the alchemy this time was not made public to the commoners, everyone outside of Meteorite City knew about it. Have you heard? Young Master Ling Xiao of the Ling family is a second-tier alchemist. In 3 days he will personally perform alchemy in the Ling family. That's impossible. How old is young Master Ling Xiao? If he's already a second-tier alchemist at 18, then that Master Yuan of the Spirit Herb Hall should go bang his head against a wall and die. I don't believe it either, but it was said by a friend of mine who is a guard of the Ling family. I believe he wouldn't lie to me. That's hard to say. But now that the Ling family's supreme elder has become a king-level super expert, Meteorite City will be the Ling family's world in the future. The Luo family can only bow down to them. That's true. In Ling Zhao's house. Today Ling Zhao's house was allocated a very spacious courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was many times better than the previous house. Pavilions, fake rocks, flowing water, and a quiet bamboo forest made the whole courtyard look grand and elegant. The Ling family had spent a lot of money and hired all the construction workers in the city to build it in half a month. This kind of courtyard could only be lived in by people at the elder level. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in his room studying the green-level profound skill, Raging Flame Finger, which he had obtained from the Li family. When Ling Xiao and the Supreme Elder went to destroy the Li family, they also confiscated all the Li family's heritage. Profound skills, weapons, spirit herbs. Everything of value was confiscated. Ling Xiao naturally picked out some of the good things, and handed the rest to the family for confiscation. Among the good things that Ling Xiao had embezzled, was naturally the green-level profound skill, Raging Flame Finger. In Meteorite City, there were only a handful of green-level profound skills, which was enough to show the preciousness and value of green-level profound skills. Ling Xiao had seen Li Yin use it during the family competition. Its power was comparable to the solitary Yang finger from his previous life, so the two should have the same effect. If he could master this Raging Flame Finger, he would have another Xian skill to rely on. Moreover, the power of this Raging Flame Finger was extraordinary. If he was caught off guard, he would definitely be able to kill someone of a higher level. This Raging Flame Finger mainly uses the whole body's profound energy to concentrate on one finger, and then forces it out to release the attack, achieving an unexpected effect. It looks very simple, but it is not so simple to cultivate. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself as he kept the scroll that recorded the profound skill. At the same time, he also circulated his profound energy and concentrated it on his index finger. Xiao. A small flame shot out. Unfortunately, this flame could not be as concentrated as Li Yan's Raging Flame Finger. Moreover, the power and speed were worlds apart. This finger of his could only be said to be an ordinary move to release profound energy, so it did not have much lethality. Ling Xiao knew that to cultivate the Raging Flame Finger, it was not something that could be cultivated in a day and night. First, he had to strengthen his index finger, so that it could withstand more profound energy. Only then would he be able to activate a strong attribute attack. Now Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate this finger technique. After all, there was still half a month before he would leave Meteor City for the Purple Sky Sect. In the remaining time, he had to spend with his family. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the room, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, Miss Luo is here." Lone Eagle's voice sounded outside the room. Ling Xiao opened the door and saw Luo Qingxuang, Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer chatting together. Half a month ago, when the Li and Lan families attacked the Ling family, Ling Xiao entrusted Bai Yuxi to Lone Eagle, and Lone Eagle handed her over to Wei Dyer. After the Li and Lan families were destroyed by the Ling family, the Cold Snake siblings brought Bai Yuxi back. In fact, they had been hiding in Meteor City and had not left at all. In addition, Ling Feng and the others who went to participate in the family competition also returned to their families after hearing the news of the Li and Lan families being destroyed. Ling Xiao was very happy to see the three girls getting along so well. If the three of them were like water and fire, then he would really be in trouble. When Luo Qingxuang saw Ling Xiao come out, she immediately smiled and greeted him. "Brother Xiao." Ling Xiao touched Luo Qingxuang's head and said, "Shuang, Or you might as well move in and be my personal maid like Yushi. That would save you the trouble of running around. Brother Xiao, is Shuang really not qualified to be your wife? If you really think that Shuang has done something wrong, you can tell me. I can change. Luo Qingxuang's beautiful eyes were filled with a faint mist as she looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt pain for no reason, and he immediately held her slender waist and said softly, Shuang, to tell you the truth, Brother Xiao is not a good man. I like Yushi Dai, and you. And I can't bear to part with anyone. In my heart, you are all my good women, but I have no plans to start a family. Moreover, you know that in half a month I will go to the Purple Sky sect, and I don't know when I will be back. No matter when you come back, we will wait for you. Wei Dyer and Bai Yushi walked over and said firmly. Bai Yushi nodded repeatedly and said, Sister Dyer is right. No matter when you come back, we will wait for you. Seeing that the three women were so determined, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with a strong reluctance. However, he had a higher goal in his heart to pursue, so naturally he would not give up because of this. Awake to wield the power of the world, drunk to lie on the knees of beauties. When the day came that he became stronger and established his own force, he believed that he would not be separated from them again. At night, the cool breeze was like water. Ling Xiao jumped onto the roof and looked at the beautiful moon in the night sky. His mind was filled with thoughts. What are you thinking about? Wei Dyer, who was wearing a light gauze dress that was as thin as a cicada's wings, sat beside him. The faint fragrance of a woman made Ling Xiao feel intoxicated. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes as he looked at the calf, and swallowed his saliva. Sister Dai, you are tempting me to commit a crime, do you know that? Wei Dyer glanced at Ling Xiao flirtatiously, then gently leaned her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, I like it when you call me Dai. I don't want to be your sister. Then what do you want to do with me? Ling Xiao asked. With Wei Dyer leaning on him, his body started to heat up. I want to be your woman. Wei Dyer said faintly, her delicate hands tightly hugging Ling Xiao's waist, her soft breasts pressing tightly against Ling Xiao's body. For a moment, Ling Xiao's beast blood was boiling. Chapter 146. Ling Xiao suppressed the urge to push Wei Dyer down, and said lightly, Don't you regret it? Regret, Wei Dyer replied, and then she said, I regret not being born a few years later, so that I won't have to be afraid of losing to Yushi and Shuang. Ling Xiao trembled slightly. He did not expect Wei Dyer to be so deeply in love with him. Sister Dyer, you are more attractive to me than them. I prefer women like you who have just matured. Ling Xiao said seriously as he looked at Wei Dyer's frighteningly bulging weapon. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Ling Xiao was especially fond of mature women. This was because they all had a kind of indescribable charm, like a ripe peach, making one's imagination run wild. I think you only like my body, right? Wei Dyer's pair of beautiful eyes that were like stars stared at Ling Xiao. And then she said, Since you like it so much, then eat it. Ling Xiao's eyes reluctantly left the weapon, and he said faintly, Dyer, I will go to the Purple Sky sect in half a month, and I don't know when I will be back. If you choose to be with me, I am afraid that you will not be happy, and I am very fickle. As long as you have me in your heart, even if you are far away from me, I will still feel happy. Moreover, I know that my man is born to be extraordinary, and he is not someone that can be trapped by a small meteorite city. A dragon will eventually soar, and in the future, he will definitely become a great figure that is admired by millions of people. I only hope that I can take advantage of the fact that I still have some capital to hold on to you. Can you take me tonight? I will only be your sister in this life. Even if there will be more sisters in the future, I will not fight with them. Wei Dyer whispered softly into Ling Xiao's ear. That faint fragrance made Ling Xiao more and more unable to control himself. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Dyer. However, before he could say anything, Wei Dyer's lips were already on his thick lips, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Wei Dyer's kiss was very clumsy. Her pearly white teeth had almost bumped into Ling Xiao's teeth. However, she was still passionately kissing Ling Xiao. She could feel his unique manly scent. Her delicate hands moved towards Ling Xiao's firm and erect part. Ling Xiao's mind went blank. He could no longer suppress the anger in his body and it burst forth. At this point, if Ling Xiao still didn't respond, he would no longer be a man. Time passed in the blink of an eye. All the elders and deacons in the Ling family's inner courtyard gathered together. Today they were going to witness the rise of their Ling family's new alchemy master. If Ling Xiao's identity was confirmed, then the Ling family's status would rise to a whole new level in the future, becoming even more stable and unbreakable. On the viewing platform, Patriarch Ling Song, Grand Elder Ling He, Elder Ling Chen of the previous generation, and all the elders of the previous and current generation of the Ling family had taken their seats. Master Artificer Li Su was also present. Li Su was now a consecrated elder of the Ling family, and his status was similar to the 14 elders of the Ling family. Everyone in the Ling family knew that it was all thanks to Ling Xiao that Li Su was able to become an elder of the Ling family. This was because Li Su had another identity now, and that was Ling Xiao's god-grandfather. The patriarch of the Luo family has arrived. At this moment, the guard's voice sounded from outside the inner courtyard. Luo Xiangming appeared in front of everyone with his wife, Mo Hongmei, and Luo Qingshuang. Greetings, Elder He. Luo Xiangming and Mo Hongmei first bowed to the Grand Elder, then smiled at Ling Song. Brother Ling, we took the liberty to come here. Please don't take offense. Brother Luo is too serious. Take a seat. Ling Song smiled. The patriarch of the Shui family has arrived. The great elder of the Qin family has arrived. One after another, the patriarchs and elders of the various families in Meteorite City had all arrived at the Ling family. They had all received an invitation from the Ling family to witness the birth of a young alchemist. Not long after, the seats on the viewing platform were almost full. The auspicious hour has arrived. Please invite the 14th elder. A deacon came out and announced. Ling Xiao walked up from the side, his expression solemn. Behind him followed Lone Eagle, who was carrying the cauldron, and Lung Shi, who was carrying the herbs. Now that Lone Eagle and Lung Shi were deacons of the Ling family, they were also Ling Xiao's personal servants. After stepping onto the platform, Ling Xiao glanced at the people on the viewing platform, calmed his mind, and prepared to start refining pills. This time, it was Ling Xiao's own idea to publicly refine pills in front of the crowd. He didn't do this because he wanted to be in the limelight, but because he wanted to do something for the family before he left. After all, he was a part of the Ling family. If the higher-ups of Meteorite City knew that the Ling family had such an alchemist, they would be more cautious, and they would be more determined to follow the Ling family. After all, they were only forming an alliance with the Ling family, not completely obeying the Ling family. Just as Ling Xiao was about to start the fire, another voice rang out. Grandmaster Yuan of the Herb Hall has arrived. I didn't expect Grandmaster Yuan to also come. I thought he wouldn't come, Ling Song muttered. At first, when he sent someone to invite Yuan Ping, he didn't think that Yuan Ping would come. After all, Yuan Ping was a second-rank alchemist of Meteorite City. He had a somewhat eccentric temperament, and he wouldn't usually appear. Only during the clan competition, which was held once every 4 years, would he appear as a witness. Haha, it seems that he also wants to see whether or not Xiao is a true second-rank alchemist. Li Kong laughed. Maybe. I didn't believe that kid when he said he was an alchemist at first. I hope he doesn't shoot his own foot and embarrass the Ling family, Ling Song said with a bitter smile. Even now, Ling Song still suspected that Ling Xiao was lying to him. He really didn't believe that this kid could be self-taught. If that was the case, then the other alchemists would probably die of shame. After Yuan Ping walked in, Ling Song naturally had people arrange a seat for him. However, Yuan Ping didn't sit down. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao on the platform and said, Kid, don't try to act mysterious here. With your age, how could you be a second-rank alchemist? Get down here. Yuan Ping didn't have any misgivings because this was the Ling family's territory. He directly said to Ling Xiao with disdain. From the beginning, he felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to become a second-rank alchemist at his age. Even a first-rank alchemist would need at least 1 or 2 years to successfully refine pills under someone's guidance, and this was only if there was a good alchemist in Tenbin. Without Tenbin, no matter how hard an alchemist worked, they wouldn't be able to become a true alchemist. Yuan Ping didn't think that he was very outstanding. On the contrary, he didn't think that his understanding of alchemy Tenbin was high. If he hadn't gone out to travel and met a high-rank alchemist who gave him a few pointers, he most likely would still be a first-rank alchemist. Alchemy required a lot of Tenbin. Yuan Ping had experienced it firsthand, which was why he insisted that Ling Xiao wasn't an alchemist. At most, he was just putting on a show to fool others. No matter where one went, an alchemist was a symbol of respect. Yuan Ping definitely wouldn't allow this brat to sully the title of alchemist. That was why he chose to come and expose Ling Xiao's tricks. The Ling family's elders all revealed unhappy expressions when they heard Yuan Ping's words. Regardless of whether or not Ling Xiao was a true second-rank alchemist, the way Yuan Ping spoke to Ling Xiao in front of everyone was completely disrespectful to the Ling family's dignity. Grandmaster Yuan, if you're here to observe the ceremony, then we welcome you. If you're here to provoke us, then forgive us, Ling Song said faintly. Haha, clan leader Ling, I know that your Ling family is powerful, but I definitely won't allow anyone to sully the title of an alchemist unless I die. Yuan Ping laughed loudly. From the way he was acting, it seemed that even if he died, he would still defend the honor of an alchemist. The Grand Elder was about to fly into a rage when Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, calmly said, Since Grandmaster Yuan doesn't believe that I'm an alchemist, then do you dare to compete with me? Do you dare to compete with me? Ling Xiao's voice was full of ridicule and provocation. Although he hadn't been an alchemist for long, with his extraordinary Tenbin and hard work, the quality of the second-rank pills he refined were definitely above average. Moreover, his success rate was over 90%, which was comparable to a third-rank alchemist. Now this Yuan Ping had jumped out and directly reprimanded him for not being an alchemist. Ling Xiao was unhappy. Damn it, this young master's Tenbin was amazing, and becoming an alchemist was a simple matter. I thought that an old man like you would only be able to reach that level in your lifetime. How embarrassing. Ling Xiao didn't verbalize the words in his heart. After all, Yuan Ping was someone with status in Meteorite City, so he had given him enough face. Humph, yellow-toothed brat, when I started refining pills, you were still in your mother's womb. What qualifications do you have to be my opponent? As long as you say in front of everyone that you're not an alchemist, I'll let this matter go for the sake of the Ling family, Yuan Ping coldly snorted. In Meteorite City, although Yuan Ping rarely appeared in public, his reputation was no less than Li Su's. As the only second-rank alchemist in Meteorite City, his status was extremely respected. This brat in front of him actually dared to challenge him. He was truly overestimating himself. Chapter 147. Alchemy is all about controlling the intensity of the fire, controlling the temperature, and extracting the essence of the spirit grass. Ling Xiao no longer argued with Yuan Ping. Instead, he spoke out the basic essentials of alchemy in a clear voice. At the same time, flames appeared on his hands. Yuan Ping looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, Everyone knows the basics. Don't put on an act here. Ling Xiao ignored him and focused on picking up a stalk of morning dew grass and throwing it into the cauldron. The flames in Ling Xiao's hands flew over. The morning dew grass immediately withered. Seeing this, the ridicule in Yuan Ping's eyes deepened. However, just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. After the morning dew grass in the cauldron withered, a few drops of concentrated essence dripped out. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao quickly used his spiritual energy to isolate the drops of essence and threw in another stalk of spirit herb. Ling Xiao's palms continued to move. Like a pair of fiery palms, the flames were sometimes strong and sometimes gentle. Stalk after stalk of spirit herb essence was quickly extracted. On the viewing platform, the Ling family's elders, patriarchs, and elders all revealed expressions of shock. They thought to themselves, this kid is really an alchemist. Yuan Ping stared at Ling Xiao's shadow-like palms. His expression was even more exaggerated than anyone else's, and his mouth was so wide open that a fist could fit inside. As stalk after stalk of spirit herb was extracted, the smell of medicine quickly spread out and filled the surroundings of the Ling family's training field. Below, Ling Tao looked at his second brother excitedly and asked, Second brother, Xiaoer is really an alchemist. This kid is too monstrous. I don't know when this kid learned alchemy, but there was a period of time when there were explosions in his room. I think he learned it there. Ling Zhan replied with a happy smile. Seeing his son's achievements as a father, he was of course proud and happy for him. On the viewing platform, the Great Elder and Ling Song both had joyful smiles on their faces. Once it was proven that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, the future of the Ling family and Ling Xiao would be even brighter. Ling Xiao had been painstakingly refining pills for half a year. Now his technique was abnormally skillful. One would not be able to tell that he was a beginner alchemist. After extracting the essence of the spirit grass, all the medicinal essence was concentrated. Condense. Ling Xiao shouted, and the flames on his palms suddenly increased to the maximum. When he saw that the medicinal essence had fused together, he instantly removed the flames on his palms and pressed his hands down. The profound energy in his hands condensed the essence that had already turned into an embryonic form. The cauldron emitted a slight explosion sound, and a puff of white smoke slowly rose. Then, a strong smell of medicine filled the air. Ling Xiao smiled, picked up the bottle next to him, and quickly took out the elixir from the medicine cauldron. The elixir is done? A great elder from a small family on the viewing platform exclaimed. It should be. Look, he even put the elixir away. This kid is really a dragon among men. Yes, with such a talented alchemist in the Ling family, there is no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. Furthermore, he is the leader of the younger generation in the Ling family. What a monster! Congratulations to clan leader Ling for having such a descendant. On the viewing platform, the 10 or so distinguished guests were discussing among themselves. In the end, all of them congratulated Ling Song. Ling Xiao was even happier. He immediately responded to everyone politely, his face full of satisfaction. Ling Xiao put away the bottle of elixir and threw it to Yuan Ping. Grandmaster Yuan, this is for you. A bottle of pills was thrown towards Yuan Ping. Yuan Ping caught it with one hand and immediately opened the pill bottle. A strong smell of medicine filled the air. Within the bottle, the elixir was glossy and smooth. Moreover, each pill was the same size without any flaws. This is definitely the best of the best, and the success rate is 100%. Impossible. Yuan Ping looked at the bottle in disbelief. Refining 10 returning pills at once, even with his current level, he could only occasionally refine 1 or 2 full furnaces. His normal success rate was only about 70%, which meant that for a furnace of low-grade pills, he could at most condense 7 pills at once, and 3 of the pills' medicinal properties would be wasted and consumed. Moreover, the quality of the elixirs Ling Xiao had refined was even better than his own, which made it even more difficult for him to accept. Although he had become an alchemist late, he had studied for more than 20 years. Now that he realized that he could not compare to a youth who was not even 20 yet, how could he accept this? I'll compete with you. Yuan Ping stared blankly for a moment before speaking to Ling Xiao on the stage. His attitude was no longer as contemptuous of Ling Xiao as before. He had already acknowledged Ling Xiao's identity as an alchemist. Ling Xiao faintly said, "Then Grandmaster Yuan must admit that I did not disgrace the name of an alchemist." Yuan Ping dared to take responsibility for his actions. He cupped his hands towards the Ling family's elders and said, "Everyone, I admit that I thought too highly of myself just now. I hereby apologize to little friend Ling." Following that, he bowed towards Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the Ling family. Ling Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yuan Ping and said, "Grandmaster Yuan, you're making a fool of me." Ling Xiao had always followed the principle that if someone respected him, he would respect them tenfold. Although Yuan Ping had looked down on him in the beginning, it was only because he wanted to protect the name of an alchemist. Now that his opponent had sincerely admitted his mistake, Ling Xiao naturally would not be so overbearing. No matter what, he respected the old and loved the young. Yuan Ping stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Little friend Ling, this old man has offended you just now. You are indeed a qualified alchemist, but since you wanted to compete with me just now, it seems that you have reached the second level. This old man will agree to compete with you now." Ling Xiao was just about to agree when Li Yu, who was on the viewing platform, said, "Brother Yuan, Why do you have to make things difficult for my godson? Since he has already proven that he is an alchemist, I think we should just forget about this competition. Brotherly, you're wrong. I'm not trying to make things difficult for my little friend, but after seeing my little friend's strength just now, I'm also itching to test my skills. Moreover, my little friend had the confidence to challenge me just now, so I'm sure his realm is no weaker than mine. There's no harm in us comparing notes, Yuan Ping said unwillingly. In reality, although he had acknowledged Ling Zhao's identity as an alchemist, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The other had become an alchemist at such a young age, and looking at his skillful techniques, his success rate was probably no lower than his own. If he didn't save some face today, he was afraid that this matter would become a sore point in his heart, causing him to be unable to advance an inch in the future. Since Grandmaster Yuan insists, Ling Xiao thanks you in advance. However, since this is a competition, we should at least add some excitement. Don't you think so? Ling Xiao said to Yuan Ping in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. As far as he knew, Yuan Ping was also a second-rank alchemist, so Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Under the same realm, who would he be afraid of? Ling Xiao still had this much confidence. Little friend, you're very straightforward. This old man will go back and retrieve his furnace. Yuan Ping replied and handed the dew-returning pill back to Ling Xiao. He then quickly left the Ling family to retrieve his furnace and ingredients. After Yuan Ping left, Ling Xiao handed the dew-returning pill to the Grand Elder. Patriarch, do you believe me now? I didn't lie to you, I'm a second-rank alchemist. Ling Xiao proudly said to the Grand Elder. In the entire Ling family, only Ling Xiao dared to speak to the Grand Elder with such a mischievous smile. The Grand Elder looked at the pill, and handed it back to Ling Song with a smile. Not bad. It seems that the Ling family will have to rely on you in the future. However, you must not be arrogant and impetuous. Strive to break through to the third rank as soon as possible and become the #1 alchemist in Meteorite City, just like me. Isn't this request a bit too easy? Ling Xiao said after pausing for a moment. It seems that you, little brat, can't be praised. You've only achieved a little and you're already arrogant? The Grand Elder lightly snorted. Haha. Then you'll have to watch closely later, Patriarch, Ling Xiao said with a smile. From the looks of it, he seemed to be planning something. The Ling family's elders, Patriarch, and elders of the previous generation had all seen the pill that Ling Xiao had successfully refined. Every single one of them believed that the Ling family truly had a genius alchemist. In the future, when they saw Ling Xiao, they would have to respectfully call him Grandmaster Ling. Seeing how young Ling Xiao was, they all sighed in their hearts. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Ling Xiao had such achievements at such a young age. Compared to them, the difference between them and Ling Xiao was like clouds and mud. Ling Song stood up and announced to the Ling family's attendants and disciples, "From today onwards, I hereby appoint my 18th generation descendant, Ling Xiao, as the 14th elder." The attendants and the Ling family's disciples all cheered. Ling Xiao had not only won the title of champion in the clan competition and brought glory to the Ling family, but he had also become the youngest elder in the history of the Ling family as well as the youngest alchemist in Meteorite City. All of them worshipped him, and the younger generation even viewed Ling Xiao as their idol. Ling Zhao's status in the Ling family and Meteorite City had risen, and he had become the leader of the new generation. Chapter 148. In the inner courtyard of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao and Yuan Ping stood on one side of the training field. In front of each of them were 2 medicinal cauldrons that were about half the height of a person, and on the wooden shelves beside them were various types of spirit herbs. Young friend Ling, this time we'll rely on our own methods. We'll use the quality of the pills we concoct as a reference. What do you think? Yuan Ping suggested. Of course I have no problem with that. But this kid just said that since we're competing, we should add some stakes. What do you think? Ling Xiao nodded. It seems like young friend Ling is very confident, Yuan Ping praised, then continued. If this old man doesn't agree, then wouldn't I be too cowardly? Then how does young friend Ling want to bet? If I lose to Grandmaster Yuan, then I'll let Grandmaster Yuan do whatever you want to me. But if I win, then I'll ask Grandmaster Yuan to lower his status, and become an elder of the Ling clan for 10 years. How about that? Ling Xiao said confidently. Yuan Ping looked at Ling Xiao with narrowed eyes and calculated in his heart for a while. He then nodded and said, "All right, since young friend Ling is so confident, then this old man will accept. If I lose, then I'll become an elder of the Ling clan. If I win, then you'll teach me that fire-controlling palm technique of yours. How about it?" Yuan Ping had an idea when he saw Ling Xiao's fire-controlling palm technique, so he took advantage of Ling Xiao's intentions. A strange smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and he thought to himself, "This old man has good eyesight. He actually wants my flame shadow palm, but it depends on whether or not he has the ability to learn it." "Since that's the case, then let's begin," Ling Xiao said. "All right, let's begin." Yuan Ping nodded in response. Although both of them agreed to begin, the two of them just stood there without moving, and both of them even closed their eyes. Everyone looked at the two of them in shock, and began to whisper among themselves. What are they doing? Didn't they say they were going to start concocting pills? Why are they resting with their eyes closed? Don't be so loud. The two masters are conserving their energy so that their mental state is at its peak. Only then can they refine better pills. So that's how it is. I wonder what kind of pill they will be refining this time. I think he's at least mid-stage second order. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew past, and the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Their hands began to dance at the same time. Both of them threw different spiritual herbs into the medicinal cauldron, and the flames immediately spread around the cauldron walls. The spirit grass withered instantly, and its essence was quickly extracted. Both of them moved very quickly and skillfully, but Yuan Ping's technique looked more experienced and natural. Under his control, the flames grew from big to small, and from small to big again. There were no mistakes in the process. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao looked very casual and relaxed. His palms turned into balls of palm shadows, and the flames crackled. His control was very dazzling and beautiful. It was as if he was performing a mysterious palm technique, and it was very enjoyable to watch. The Ling family elders and the invited guests on the viewing platform all stared unblinkingly at the two people in the field. This kind of public concocting of pills was rarely seen in 100 years, so they naturally wanted to see it for themselves. Looking at the old and the young, the fire control technique in the field couldn't help but sigh. Being an alchemist was indeed the most difficult profession to cultivate. Even the first step of extracting the spiritual herbs required a lot of time and patience. And there was also the control of the fire. The slightest mistake would immediately destroy the spiritual herbs. This was a great test of one's patience. The crowd didn't know what kind of pill the two of them were refining, but they were actually continuously extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs. Moreover, most of the spiritual herbs were second stage and above, and there were even some rare high-tier second stage spiritual herbs. Could it be that they are both refining high-tier second stage pills? The crowd didn't understand the way of alchemy. Even though they knew the origins of these spiritual herbs, they didn't know what kind of pills could be refined with so many spiritual herbs gathered together. Bang! Yuan Ping saw that Ling Xiao was also extracting the essence like him. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was also trying to concoct a high-grade medicinal pill. Yuan Ping was a little absent-minded. He didn't manage to extract a single stalk of spirit grass, and it was burned by the flames. Yuan Ping quickly gathered his thoughts and threw in another stalk of the same spiritual herb to refine. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of this. He waved the shadow flame palm to his heart's content, and his control of the fire was very stable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the alchemy sect that created this palm technique. This was practically a mystical technique that evolved from controlling fire in alchemy. No wonder Yuan Ping wanted to use it. For hours passed, and the two's faces were covered in sweat like rain. However, their expressions were still focused, and they didn't dare to be careless. Everyone at the side also suppressed their restless hearts, and quietly waited for the final result. Suddenly, Yuan Ping let out a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he was about to finish refining the medicinal essence. Following that, he took out a stalk of azure spiritual herb. This spiritual herb's appearance was very attractive, especially the stem in the middle, which was densely packed with small thorns. Each thorn had a little blue dot on it, as if the thorns had borne a fruit. It was very magical. This is a low-tier third-stage blue thorn grass. On the viewing platform, one of the family heads recognized the origin of the spiritual herb in Yuan Ping's hand, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is blue thorn grass. Could it be that Grandmaster Yuan wants to refine a third-stage pill?" Another person exclaimed, "That's possible. Grandmaster Yuan has been refining pills for many years, so he must have long become a third-stage alchemist. It's just that we don't know about it. It looks like Grandmaster Ling is going to lose this competition. However, he's still young and has a bright future." Yuan Ping threw the blue thorn grass into the medicinal cauldron without hesitation. His expression became even more focused, and the flame in his hand was carefully controlled, for fear of accidentally burning the blue thorn grass. He didn't have many low-tier third-stage spiritual herbs in his collection. Only a few stalks, and each stalk was very valuable. If he wasted one, he was afraid that he would die of heartache, so he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. When he saw that the essence of the blue thorn grass had been refined, he once again let out a sigh of relief. Following that, he took out another low-tier third-stage spiritual herb, soft vine flower. Like the blue thorn grass, it was a water attribute spiritual herb, and its grade and value were not lower than the blue thorn grass. With 2 third-stage spiritual herbs appearing consecutively, everyone on the stage was sure that Yuan Ping was definitely going to refine a third-stage pill. At this time, Ling Xiao also slightly relaxed. He glanced at the soft vine flower in Yuan Ping's hand and couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly recovered. "Looks like I have to be more serious," Ling Xiao secretly exclaimed in his heart, and a low-tier third-stage spiritual herb, Fire Lingji, also appeared in his hand. The Fire Lingji was very similar to the Black Lingji, but the Fire Lingji was a fire attribute spiritual herb, and its entire body was suffused with a fiery aura, appearing especially dazzling. This Fire Lingji was one of the spoils of war that Ling Xiao had plundered from the Li family's treasury. Third-stage Fire Lingji. It was auctioned off by the Li family 2 years ago. I didn't think that it would actually fall into Grandmaster Ling's hands. A grand elder of a small family exclaimed. Could it be that Grandmaster Ling has also reached the third-stage realm? This is impossible, right? This competition is getting more and more interesting. This little fellow has indeed been greedy for a lot of good things. The Grand Elder smiled slightly and thought to himself. After Ling Xiao finished refining the Fire Lingji, he took out a scarlet-red spiritual herb, mid-tier third-stage thousand-year red fruit. This thousand-year red fruit was not taken from the Li family, but was originally collected by the Earth Emperor stage expert in the space ring. When this thousand-year red fruit appeared, Ling Chen's eyes, who was sitting on top, became fiery hot. He was a fire attribute martial artist, and if he absorbed this thousand-year red fruit, it would definitely make his Spirit Master realm even more complete. This would be of great benefit to him when he breaks through to the King stage in the future. Grand Elder. Ling Chen softly called out to the Grand Elder beside him. The Grand Elder glanced at Ling Chen and said indifferently, "Let's talk after the competition." Of course, the Grand Elder knew what Ling Chen was thinking, but now that this was related to Ling Xiao's competition, he naturally could not let Ling Xiao hand over the thousand-year red fruit. This competition not only concerned Ling Xiao himself, but also the future of the Ling family. Naturally, he could not affect the overall situation for Ling Chen's personal benefit. Ling Chen watched as the thousand-year red fruit was thrown into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao, and his heart was filled with regret. Yuan Ping first extracted his 2 stalks of level 3 low-grade spirit grass, and all of the essence of the spirit grass had already been extracted. Just when everyone thought that it was time to fuse and form the core, Yuan Ping took out a fist-sized beast core. This beast core had a blue glow, and was without a doubt a water attribute beast core. Without thinking, Yuan Ping isolated all of the spirit grass essence, and then threw the beast core into the medicine cauldron. Pung. Yuan Ping used both of his palms, and raised the fire to the maximum, burning the medicine cauldron until it was bright red. The spiritual energy in his body flowed out endlessly like water. Refining the beast core was not an easy task. To maintain the fiercest flame, the consumption of energy was quite large. Even if he was a spirit master, he still felt that it was very difficult. His face was dripping with sweat, and the back of his robe was also soaked. On Ling Xiao's side, he also took out a fire attribute beast core, but he did not immediately throw it into the medicine cauldron. Instead, he took out a bottle of energy recovery pills and ate 2 of them first. He did not have Yuan Ping's dense spiritual energy, and he was only an intermediate mystic disciple. To refine a level 3 pill, the consumption of energy was enormous. Ling Xiao knew a thing or two from the alchemy method. After eating the pill, Ling Xiao then threw the beast core into the medicine cauldron. However, Ling Xiao did not start at full power. After all, the fire attribute beast core was not afraid of fire. He could only use a small fire to slowly refine it, and when it had softened, he would use a large fire to refine it all at once. Refining a beast core was very particular. If one was slightly careless and the beast core exploded, then that would be terrible. The power of the explosion was quite terrifying. It was actually very dangerous to refine a beast core like Yuan Ping, but luckily he was currently refining a water attribute beast core. Otherwise he would have exploded the cauldron by now. This was because refining a water attribute beast core required the strongest firepower, but refining other beast cores could not be done like this. Ling Xiao did not notice that Yuan Ping was refining the beast core with all his might. If that was the case, he would rather give up the competition than stay in the same place as Yuan Ping. If the beast core exploded, then wouldn't he be courting death? Chapter 149. Yuan Ping worked hard to activate his spiritual power, and the flames continued to roast the medicine cauldron. The beast core in the medicine cauldron gradually became smaller, and the water-attributed spiritual power spread out bit by bit. The water-attributed spiritual power in the medicine cauldron was uncontrollable, and most of it was lost. Yuan Ping watched helplessly. He knew that the energy in the beast core was enormous, and it was impossible to control all the spiritual power. Moreover, this was his first time trying to refine a third-grade medicinal pill, so he didn't know how to stabilize the spiritual power and prevent it from spreading. Even so, it didn't mean that he had failed to refine the beast core. It could only mean that his technique wasn't perfect enough. Seeing that the beast core was getting smaller and smaller, Yuan Ping took 2 energy recovery pills and raised the fire to the highest level. The beast core, which had shrunk to half its original size, cracked and turned into a ball of liquid energy that emitted a powerful spiritual force. Merge for me. Yuan Ping seized the opportunity, and immediately used his spiritual power to control the essence of the spiritual grass to fuse with the ball of energy. The 2 different balls of energy fused together and gradually became one. The energy became more and more condensed, and the energy wave became stronger and stronger. Yuan Ping was delighted and took another 2 energy recovery pills. He pressed his palms down and shouted, "Condense for me." Yuan Ping drew out all the spiritual power in his body and pressed it into the medicine cauldron. This was the last step of condensing the pill. Whether the pill was formed or not depended on this move. At this moment, the Grand Elder in the seat of honor seemed to realize something. He exclaimed, "Not good," and immediately flew out like a ghost. Boom. Just as Yuan Ping's spiritual power pressed down, the medicine cauldron exploded violently. The martial arts field shook along with it. Yuan Ping's medicine cauldron was blown to pieces. He was the closest to the medicine cauldron, so he was the most affected. His whole body flew out, and more than half of the robe on his body was blown to pieces. Fresh blood flowed out. Luckily, the Grand Elder used his spiritual power to confine the area 5 meters below Yuan Ping, so the broken pieces of the medicine cauldron didn't blow up the Ling family disciples on the periphery. It also didn't affect Ling Xiao, who was at the side. However, Ling Xiao was shocked. He almost lost control of his mind and stopped refining the beast core. Once he stopped, the beast core's spiritual power would spread out, and his beast core would be destroyed. Immediately, Ling Xiao gathered his thoughts again. He waved his hands continuously, controlling the flames to continue refining the beast pill. His mental strength wrapped around the medicinal cauldron, causing the energy of the beast pill to be concentrated in the medicinal cauldron and not spread out. On the other side of the cauldron, Yuan Ping had consumed 2 pills in a row, and his expression was extremely dispirited. However, when he saw that there was a round pill that emitted a faint glow where the cauldron had been, he happily cried out, "It's done, done!" Like a child who had received candy, he ran towards the elixir and picked it up. Yuan Ping put away the ugly pill bottle, as if he had found a treasure. His old face was full of joy. The people on the viewing platform were puzzled. Could it be that Master Yuan has successfully refined a third-grade pill? It's possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so happy. I just don't know what kind of pill he refined. It must be a water attribute pill. I wonder if Master Yuan will take it out to auction. If he takes it out to auction, I will get it even if I have to go bankrupt. Yuan Ping put away the bottle of medicine and stood to the side, quietly waiting for the results on Ling Xiao's side. He still had a faint smile on his face, as if victory was already in his hands. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already fallen into a strange state of forgetfulness. Strands of his mental strength were pulled out from his sea of consciousness. Like an invisible hand, it slowly wrapped around the refined beast core's energy. At the same time, he could feel the scorching and pure spiritual energy within the energy. The spiritual energy had lost its bindings and wanted to spread out in all directions, returning to nature. However, the mental strength could stop the spiritual energy from spreading and gather it together. Under the control of the mental strength, the spiritual energy was like a docile little sheep. As long as the mental strength moved, the spiritual energy would also move. It was obvious that the mental strength could control spiritual energy. A portion of his mental strength was also sent towards the beast core that had not been refined. The most violent and powerful fire attribute, spiritual energy, was located in the middle of the beast core. If he was the slightest bit careless, it would explode. As Ling Xiao roasted it with the fire, he tried to use his mental strength to attack the place where it was the most concentrated, and split the spiritual energy out. That way, he could shorten the time needed to refine the beast core and prevent the beast core from exploding. Ling Xiao's idea was undoubtedly bold, but it was also innovative. Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was much larger than an ordinary person's, and he had also cultivated the soul-controlling art for half a year. His mental strength was already higher than an ordinary third-grade alchemist's, and he could also sense the fluctuations of his mental strength. He could use his mental strength to attack, which was something that other alchemists could not do. Mental strength was an incorporeal and formless existence, so it was very easy for it to invade the interior of the beast core. Ling Xiao did as he thought. He condensed his mental strength into 5 small blades, and began to cut the energy in the beast core, separating the energy into small pieces. The energy that was divided in this way was quickly refined and extracted. This process was repeated without end, and the large piece of beast core quickly became a ball of thick energy. Yuan Ping stared at the sweaty Ling Xiao, and his expression was very shocked. This was because he discovered that the heat in Ling Xiao's palms was not raised to the maximum. Instead, it was maintained at a balanced temperature and roasted slowly. The energy in his medicine cauldron was slowly divided. What shocked him the most was that the spiritual energy that was divided actually did not show any signs of dissipating. It was as if something was imprisoning it, causing it to stay in the medicine cauldron. Impossible, how did he do it? Yuan Ping's heart was in turmoil as he muttered in his heart. Even though Ling Xiao controlled his mental strength to break down the beast core, the consolidation of the beast core consumed a lot of mental strength. Just as the beast core was about to be completely broken down, his mental strength became insufficient. If this continued, he was afraid that even the mental strength that was wrapped around the spiritual energy would be used up. This way, the spiritual energy would lose its binding and completely dissipate. Ling Xiao realized this situation, and hurriedly pulled back the last bit of mental strength he had left. His hands immediately flew up, and shot out streams of fire dragons onto the medicine cauldron. Unfortunately, he was only a middle-level mystic cultivator, and his profound energy also showed signs of not being able to continue. Immediately, he swallowed a few chi returning pills. Now that the 3 parts returning essence technique's second stage, channel opening, was almost complete, breaking down and absorbing the pill was only a matter of time. With the replenishment of energy, Ling Xiao gathered all the profound energy in his palms and activated a strong flame to envelop the medicine cauldron. Bang! The last bit of energy in the beast's core was refined. Condense for me. Ling Xiao gave a loud shout and used the last of his mental strength to gather the essence of the spirit grass and the energy of the beast's core together. His hands formed a series of complicated hand seals, and finally covered the medicine cauldron with his palms to suppress the spirit power that was about to spread. However, the spiritual energy of a third-level pill was extremely strong. It was not something that Ling Xiao could suppress. Boom! Once again, there was the shocking sound of the cauldron exploding. Xiao air! Ling Tsong, who was on the viewing platform, couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Zhan and his wife, who were on the periphery, also clenched their hands tightly together. They knew how scary the explosion of the cauldron was. Even a middle-level spirit master like Master Yuan would be injured, and Ling Xiao was only a middle-level mystic cultivator. Under such a strong explosion, the odds were against him. They could only place their hopes on the Grand Elder, who was in mid-air. However, the Grand Elder who was in mid-air wasn't very worried about Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao could use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to withstand the power of the explosion. Moreover, even if he was worried about Ling Xiao, there was nothing he could do because he had to use his spiritual energy to control the area of the explosion and not let it affect the other disciples of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was tattered like a beggar's. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die and felt sorry for Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, they saw Ling Xiao bounce up from the ground. They didn't think that Ling Xiao wouldn't die from the explosion that was comparable to a full power attack from a spirit master. Moreover, he couldn't stand up. This was too hard for them to accept. They could accept that Yuan Ping was injured by the explosion but didn't die. After all, Master Yuan was a middle-level spirit master, and a high-level mystic cultivator would probably die on the spot. However, Ling Xiao was only a middle-level mystic cultivator, and was only injured by the explosion. This was too unbelievable. Damn it! I almost died. Ling Xiao cursed and threw a few more pills into his mouth. Then he walked towards the cauldron. They saw that there were 2 dazzling elixirs where he had placed the medicine cauldron. The fire attribute spiritual energy was scorching hot, and everyone in the surroundings could feel it. Are these third-level pills? There's no mistaking it. 2 fire attribute pills. I must wait for them. I want them too. I'll fight whoever dares to fight with me. The fire attribute elders of the Ling family, as well as some clan leaders and elders of the previous generation, all went crazy as if they were possessed. They all stood up and rushed towards the 2 pills. All of you sit back down. The Grand Elder's voice rang out in the air like a large bell. It made the elders and clan leaders who had lost their minds stop and obediently return to their seats. They had almost forgotten that the Ling family still had a king-level super expert. If they dared to act recklessly, they would probably go to hell in an instant. Ling Xiao picked up the 2 pills and felt the warm feeling. He actually had an urge to swallow the pills. I actually succeeded. Haha, this young master is now a third-level alchemist. Ling Xiao threw his head back and laughed heartily after storing the pills. Although he was in a sorry state, no one mocked him. Instead, they all looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. It was unknown who was the first to be shocked by Ling Xiao's heroic expression, but they couldn't help but respectfully call out, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling. Greetings, Grandmaster Ling. Greetings, Grandmaster Ling." The patriarchs and elders of the smaller families bowed to Ling Xiao and called out to him. The rest of the Ling family's elders also stood up and bowed respectfully. At this moment, all of the Ling family's disciples became proud and arrogant. They all bowed to Ling Xiao at the same time. After a few hundred years, the Ling family finally had a third-level alchemist. This meant that the Ling family would once again welcome a new peak. Chapter 150. Yuan Ping looked at the 2 third-grade dawn in Ling Xiao's hands and knew that he had lost this competition. Moreover, he had lost completely. He thought that after many years of alchemy, with his dedication to alchemy, he had reached the 2nd grade realm. In recent years, He had always felt that he could try to refine third-grade dawn. As long as he could refine a third-grade dawn, he would be considered to have truly stepped into another realm and truly become a respected alchemy grandmaster. The reason why dawn below the third grade could only be described as rank was because they were not qualified to be ranked and could not be called spirit dawn. Therefore, as long as he could refine a third-grade dawn, it would represent a leap in status, and he would be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of alchemy. Today, in order to convince this newly advanced alchemist, he used a portion of third-grade dawn that he had collected over the years and began his first attempt to refine a third-grade dawn. Based on his many years of experience in alchemy, he had a 70% chance of success, which was why he was giving it a try. In the end, because the energy fluctuations from the dawn were too great, the cauldron was destroyed. Fortunately, it was condensed into a semi-finished dawn. Even if it was a semi-finished dawn, it could barely be considered as a third-grade dawn. He thought that he had a certain chance of winning. He absolutely did not believe that the 18-year-old Ling Xiao in front of him had the ability to refine a higher-ranked dawn than him. However, this time he was wrong. Not only did Ling Xiao choose to refine a third-grade dawn like him, but he also successfully refined two third-grade dawn. Although he still did not know the effects of the two dawn, this already proved that he had lost completely. Grandmaster Ling, what kind of dawn did you refine? Yuan Ping respectfully asked Ling Xiao. At this moment, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a person of the same generation as him. The one who had reached the peak was the teacher. No matter how old Ling Xiao was, Ling Xiao's identity as a third-grade alchemist was enough for him to treat any big shot in Meteorite City as an equal. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Fire attribute Spirit-breaking Dan. Spirit-breaking Dan. Yuan Ping's heart trembled. Obviously, he had heard of this dawn before. The others had never heard of it. In Meteor City, a third-grade medicinal pellet was rarely seen in hundreds of years. None of them knew what the effects of the spirit-breaking pellet were, but they all believed that its effects must be quite amazing. At this time, the Supreme Elder flew back to his seat and said to Ling Xiao, "Brat, tell me what effect this pill has." As soon as these words came out, everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Everyone wanted to know the effects of this spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao nodded at the Grand Elder and said, "This is a fire attribute spirit-breaking pill. A grade 3 pill. Fire attribute spirit masters can break through a small stage if they consume it." As soon as these words came out, everyone cried out in alarm. The fire attribute elders on the viewing platform all revealed greedy expressions as they stared at the pill in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Chun, who was next to the Supreme Elder, was even more anxious. He thought to himself, "No matter what, I have to get this spirit-breaking pill, even if I beg for it." Ling Chun had been at the peak of the Spirit Master level for many years. If he could get his hands on this spirit-breaking pill, it would definitely increase his chances of breaking through to the King level. As long as he could break through to the Spirit Master level, he would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. How could he not be anxious? After pausing for a moment, Ling Xiao then said, "Of course, this isn't the only effect of the spirit-breaking pill." This time, everyone became even more anxious. They were all excitedly waiting for Ling Xiao to tell them about the other effect of the spirit-breaking pill. "Lone Eagle, come here." Ling Xiao had a smile that was like a spring breeze on his face as he called Lone Eagle over. This time, Lone Eagle was even more respectful as he knelt in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Lone Eagle is here. Please instruct me, young master." Right now, Lone Eagle was completely loyal to Ling Xiao. Ever since he had chosen to follow Ling Xiao, he had been won over by Ling Xiao's methods and resourcefulness. Moreover, Ling Xiao had given him the Black Ganoderma, which allowed him to break through to the peak of the mystic realm. He had also given him the Yin Wind Grass, which allowed him to reach the peak of the mystic realm. This allowed him to condense a bit of Yin Wind Qi. Under the same level, it was difficult for him to meet a match. He knew that everything he had now was thanks to the young master. Without the young master, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to have his current achievements. It could be said that the young master treated him like a master and servant, and even more like a friend. The young master didn't treat him as a servant at all. However, he knew his own position. He could only continue to follow the young master. His end was definitely not limited to this. Today he had once again witnessed the young master become a rank 3 alchemist. In his heart, he worshipped the young master even more. The reason why he had knelt in front of Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the hall was completely to express his unwavering loyalty and determination towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, he was also glad that he had made the choice back then. Take this. Ling Xiao took out a pill and handed it to Lone Eagle. This. Lone Eagle doesn't dare. Lone Eagle hesitated and lowered his head, not daring to take the rank 3 pill. He wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would harm him. Rather, he felt that he didn't deserve to take this rank 3 pill. One had to know how precious a rank 3 pill was. If this pill was placed in the family, who knew how many people would fight for it? Elder Ling, why don't you give it to me? I can use anything to exchange for it. Ling Chen couldn't wait to cry out. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Chen and faintly said, Elder Chen, what do you have to exchange for this pill? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Chen was momentarily speechless. He hadn't even set his bargaining chip when another elder of the previous generation from a small family exclaimed, Master Ling, our Qin family will use 10 high tier 2 weapons and 10 high tier 2 spirit herbs to exchange for it. What do you think? Elder Qin, this is a disgrace to a rank 3 pill. I can't believe you still have the nerve to say this. Our Shui family will use 20 high tier 2 spirit herbs, 2 low tier 3 spirit herbs, and 2 low tier mysterious crystals. The Shui family's patriarch said straightforwardly. Mysterious crystals. Everyone heard the Shui family's patriarch's words and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who didn't know that mysterious crystals were extremely rare in Meteor City? Every low-tier mysterious crystal was worth no less than a low-tier 3 spirit herb. Who would have thought that the Shui family's patriarch would even call out mysterious crystals for a rank 3 pill? In a remote and backward city like Meteor City, mysterious crystals were too rare. Ling Song, who was standing to the side, wanted to agree on behalf of Ling Xiao. Their Ling family only had a dozen or so mysterious crystals. After destroying the Lilan family, they only had a dozen or so mysterious crystals. Adding everything up, they only had around 30 mysterious crystals. 30 mysterious crystals wasn't a lot. Every time an elder broke through, they would request for mysterious crystals to absorb energy to help them break through. These 30 mysterious crystals were just a drop in the bucket. But now, the Shui family's patriarch was willing to exchange mysterious crystals for a rank 3 pill. How could he not be tempted? Our Zhong family will use 25 high tier 2 spirit herbs, 3 low tier 3 spirit herbs, and 2 low tier mysterious crystals. Another elderly Zhong family's previous generation elder said in a deep voice. Following that, more people began to call out their starting prices, hoping to obtain the spirit-breaking pill in Ling Xiao's hands. I offer 50 high tier 2 weapons, 5 low tier 3 spirit herbs, and 3 mysterious crystals. Li Yu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but call out. He himself was a fire attribute spirit master, but he had been stuck at the middle level for many years. Because he had always focused on crafting, his cultivation was much slower. If he could obtain this spirit-breaking pill and become a high-level spirit master in one go, he naturally didn't want to let it go. After Li Yu said this, all the other families were too embarrassed to call out anymore. They weren't as rich as Li Yu, but their eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. First elder, I beg you. You must get 14th elder to give me a spirit-breaking pill. Ling Chen wasn't as rich as Li Yu, so he couldn't help but put down all his dignity and kneel before the Grand Elder. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. This old thing was too shameless. He actually cried to the Grand Elder. No wonder people said that alchemists were all so rich that they could take advantage of others. They would all become the targets of the large families. Just a single level 3 pill was enough to make these spirit masters go crazy. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong the appeal of famous alchemists was. All of you stop arguing. Let's see what Xiao Heir has to say first, the Grand Elder said indifferently. To be honest, he really felt proud and happy for Ling Xiao. It was as if he could already see how glorious Ling Xiao's future achievements would be. Ling Xiao looked at the patriarchs and elders bidding and revealed a smile. He immediately said, Everyone, don't fight here. I don't plan on selling these 2 pills. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. So it was only them who were willing to bid here. Ling Xiao then said, however, if you can prepare 2 sets of spirit herbs for me, I can also help you refine them. When he said this, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. However, no one felt excited. After all, they all saw that the level 3 spirit herbs Ling Xiao took out were extremely rare. There was also a level 3 beast core. Who knew how long it would take to gather 2 sets of spirit herbs? Duing, take this. Ling Xiao once again took out the pill and said to Duing, young master. Duing didn't dare take it. He was afraid that the spirit masters sitting above would glare him to death. Everyone paid a huge price to obtain a spirit-breaking pill, but his young master wanted to give it to him. He really didn't know what to do. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. I already said that the Mystic Knight rank isn't your limit. If you don't want it, then I'll give it to someone else. Ling Xiao casually said. Duing was so excited that his hands trembled. He took the spirit-breaking pill. He felt that this pill would give him even more power, allowing him to squeeze into the ranks of Meteor City's top experts. Lung Shi, who was standing not too far away, felt envious of Duing. If he had met Ling Xiao earlier, then this pill might have belonged to him. When he thought of this, he stealthily made up his mind. Following Ling Xiao might be his best choice in this life. Under everyone's murderous gazes, Duing took the spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao quickly distanced himself from him. Everyone on the viewing platform stood up and stared at Lone Eagle, who was sitting cross-legged. The entire audience was silent. No one made a sound. Chapter 151. The inner courtyard of the Ling clan was quiet, and occasionally, the sound of the wind could be heard. All of the top experts in Meteorite City were staring at Lone Eagle, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the field. Lone Eagle, who had taken the 3rd-grade spirit-breaking pill, entered a meditative state. The aura in his body gradually rose, and a strong fire-attributed aura surrounded him. This aura advanced rapidly, and Lone Eagle quickly reached the mystic realm. Then, a shocking change occurred in his body, and his dark force quietly transformed into a fiery red spiritual force. Not long after, all of his dark force was replaced by spiritual force, and his aura suddenly strengthened by more than 10 times. The surrounding spiritual force enveloped him, and a powerful aura began to spread out with him as the center. The parents and elders on the spectator stand realized something, and everyone's mouths were wide open. Ling Xiao still had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had already expected this to happen. Lone Eagle, who was meditating, completely forgot about his surroundings, and only knew to enjoy the pleasure of breaking through. The spiritual force in his body continuously washed through his meridians, and the hidden injuries left behind in the mountain range were also cleansed by the spiritual force. His body seemed to have been reconstructed, and he could feel the energy in his body surging. After an unknown amount of time, Lone Eagle suddenly opened his eyes and leaped into the air. Ha! I broke through. Lone Eagle laughed wildly. The Spirit Master level was a level that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Now he had actually reached it, and he was only 35 years old. In Meteorite City, there were probably not many people who broke through to the Spirit Master level at this age. Yet he had truly become one of them. This really made him overjoyed. The Ling clan disciples below began to discuss in low voices again. What did he break through? You're so stupid. Of course he broke through to the Spirit Master realm from a high-level mystic disciple. It can't be. Is it that easy to break through to the Spirit Master realm? I don't know either. It should be because of the pill that 14th Elder gave me. It's too heaven-defying. If 14th Elder gave me one, I would be willing to follow him for the rest of my life. Lone Eagle landed on the ground once more and knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. He bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, young master." Once upon a time, this youth before him had told him that the Mystic Knight realm wasn't his limit. Today, it was precisely his words that proved his words. Other than offering his life to the young master, he already couldn't use words to express his gratitude. Ling Xiao smiled. Get up, this is what you deserve. Half a month ago, when the Li and Lan families had come to invade, Lone Eagle had resolutely turned back to help the Ling family kill their enemies. This already proved that Lone Eagle was worthy of Ling Xiao's recognition. He had never been stingy with his own people. Yes, young master, Solitary Eagle respectfully replied and quickly retreated. Yuan Ping immediately walked over and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Master Ling is truly a genius in the alchemy world. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Ling Xiao returned the greeting. Master Yuan is too humble, I was just lucky. The spirit-breaking pill is truly worthy of being a third-rank pill. It can allow a high-level mystic knight to break through to a low-level spirit master in one go, and it's also very stable. What a good item. I wonder if Master Ling wants to sell this spirit-breaking pill? Yuan Ping asked Ling Xiao. Yuan Ping was also a fire attribute martial artist, so the fire attribute spirit-breaking pill would be very beneficial to him. When the people on the viewing platform heard Yuan Ping's words, they all became anxious. Li Yu immediately rushed down from the platform and shouted, Brother Yuan, don't even think about my spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao is my adopted grandson, so his spirit-breaking pill belongs to me. On the other side, Ling Chen also impatiently rushed over and shouted, 14th Elder, you should let me use your spirit-breaking pill first. If you need my help in the future, I won't even frown. The effects of the spirit-breaking pill had already appeared, forcibly raising a high-level mystic knight to a spirit master. If it really was as Ling Xiao said, it could also raise a spirit master's realm by a small level. Right now there was only one spirit-breaking pill, and if they didn't fight for it, it would be gone. There's only one pill left, Master Yuan. You're an alchemist, so you can refine it yourself in the future. Grandpa Li, you're my grandfather. And Elder Chen is an elder of the Ling family. Who do you think I should give it to? Ling Xiao said with difficulty. Of course you should give it to me. Li Yu and Ling Chen said at the same time. Master Li, you're our Ling family's elder, and my seniority is higher than yours. You should give it to me, the previous generation's elder, first. Ling Chen used his status to pressure Li Yu. So what if your seniority is higher than mine? Your realm is also higher than mine. So it would be a waste for you to take the spirit-breaking pill. Why don't you give it to me, and I'll give you a third-stage fire attribute spirit grass. Li Kong said without giving in. Bullshit, I only want the spirit-breaking pill. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for falling out with you. Ling Chen was already forced to this point, so he didn't care about his face anymore. Even if he had to fight for it, he had to get the spirit-breaking pill. Li Yu was not to be outdone, and he shouted with his eyes wide open. Come on, who's afraid of who? In an instant, the two of them were about to start fighting. Enough, you two. If you keep arguing, there won't be any left for you. The Grand Elder shouted from above. Ling Chen and Li Yu were suppressed by the Grand Elder's aura, and neither of them dared to argue anymore. Ling Xiao smiled, then said to Yuan Ping, Master Yuan, from now on, you're our Ling family's elder. I'll be going to the Purple Sky sect in half a month. If Master Yuan has time, we can discuss alchemy together. Hearing this, Yuan Ping was overjoyed and immediately replied, that would be great. There was nothing more interesting than alchemy for Yuan Ping. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, it seemed that he wanted to discuss alchemy with him, and this couldn't be better. Although he had been alchemy for more than 20 years, he was still a teacher. Since Ling Xiao was able to successfully refine a third-stage pill, this Tenbin was naturally much better than him. Of course, he was happy to be able to discuss alchemy with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said to Ling Song, Patriarch, it's getting dark. Can you let everyone go back first? Ling Song knew that it was best not to let anyone else know about what was going to happen next, so he immediately dismissed all of the Ling family's disciples. As for the other patriarchs and elders, they also knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let them have the pills, so they could only sigh in their hearts and bid farewell to Ling Song and the others. However, they all knew that the Ling family's position in Meteorite City was irreplaceable. In the future, they could only try to get closer to the Ling family, and at the same time, see if there were any outstanding women in the family who would be suitable to be Ling Xiao's concubine. Luo Xiangming was also about to bid farewell, But his wife Mo Hongmei brought Luo Qingxuang to Ling Song and asked, Patriarch Ling, my Shuang and Master Ling are in love. When do you want Master Ling to marry my Shuang? As soon as Mo Hongmei said this, Luo Qingxuang's face turned red, and she didn't dare to look at anyone else. Luo Xiangming, on the other hand, thought to himself, Madam still has a way. Of course, Ling Song knew what Mo Hongmei meant. Now that the Ling family was powerful, and his grandson Ling Xiao had become a hot commodity, they naturally didn't want others to beat them to it. Ling Song smiled. Madam Luo, I don't interfere with Xiaoer's business. As long as he agrees, I have no problem. That's good. I'll go find my grandson-in-law now. If he dares not to marry my granddaughter, I'll break his legs. Mo Hongmei, of course, knew that Ling Song was just being perfunctory, but since he had already said so, she didn't want to pester him any further. After all, as long as she went to settle things with Ling Xiao, it would be fine. If it didn't work out, then she would just have to push him down. After everyone left, the Ling family called for an emergency meeting of the patriarchs. The main purpose of this meeting was to decide who would get the spirit breakthrough pill in Ling Xiao's hands. With the Grand Elder personally in charge, no one dared to act rashly. Ling Chen and Li Su didn't like each other, and the other fourth elder, Ling Wei, was also very eager to get the spirit breakthrough pill. Xiao, or what do you plan to do with the spirit breakthrough pill? Ling Song asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who was originally arranged to sit in the back, was now arranged to sit on Ling Song's right. Because of his reputation as a third-level alchemist, none of the elders dared to complain. Ling Xiao smiled. Grandpa, what do you think I should do with it? This. Ling Song looked at Ling Chen and Li Su, not knowing how to answer. In fact, in his heart, he wanted Ling Chen to obtain the spirit-breaking pill. After all, Ling Chen was a member of the Ling family. However, if he told Ling Chen directly, it would disappoint Li Su. Li Su was a consecrated elder and the only weapon forger in Meteor City. This was really difficult. Grandfather, don't make things difficult for yourself. Just give this medicinal pill to Elder Chen, said Ling Xiao after a moment's consideration. Ling Chen excitedly stood up and said, This is a good man of our Ling family. In the future, 14th Elder, please tell me what to do. I will definitely stand by your side. Li Su and the fourth elder's faces turned ugly. Of course I won't give it to you for free. If Elder Chen doesn't have one or two good things, I won't give it to you, Ling Xiao said. Concocting the spirit breakthrough pill cost a lot of level 2 spirit herbs, as well as 2 precious level 3 spirit herbs and a fire beast core. Even if it was his own family, he had to get back what he spent. Of course, I still have 2 or 3 level 3 spirit herbs, Ling Chen agreed without hesitation. Then Ling Xiao turned to Li Kong and said, Grandpa Li, you don't need to be sad. As long as you can give me a fire beast core, I will concoct another batch of spirit breakthrough pills. At that time, you and Uncle Li can have one each. However, Grandpa Li, you have to give me a few of your spirit herbs. Hearing this, Li Su's face lit up and he immediately asked, You still have the spirit herbs to concoct the spirit breakthrough pill? Ling Xiao admitted and nodded. Aside from the difficulty of obtaining level 3 spirit herbs, level 2 auxiliary spirit herbs could be purchased from the herb hall. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had 3 sets of the fire Lingji mushroom and the 1000-year red pip. It would not be a problem to refine a few more spirit-breaking pills. However, although he had fire attribute beast cores, they were all level 4 and above, which was too wasteful. That was why he asked Li Su to take out the fire attribute beast cores. He believed that Li Su should still have a fire attribute beast core. Then Grandpa, I will thank you in advance. I will go back and get the beast core now, Li Su said excitedly. Ignoring the meeting, he immediately ran out of the inner pavilion and went home to get the beast core. Seeing that Ling Chen and Li Su each had their own gains, all the elders' minds became active. They all knew that in the future, they had to curry favor with the 14th elder. Chapter 152. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the depths of the Ling family's inner courtyard, inside a stone room, Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. His dark force was constantly scouring the meridians in his body. His face kept changing colors, looking extremely strange. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao spent most of his time refining elixirs. The green medicine cauldron he got from Li Kong's forge was destroyed, so he had to use the obsidian cauldron he got from Old Ghost to refine elixirs. This obsidian cauldron was worthy of being called a heaven-grade medicine cauldron. When he condensed elixirs again, there was no explosion, and the quality of the elixirs condensed was much better than the day he competed with Yuan Ping. On one hand, he was becoming more and more skilled at refining elixirs. On the other hand, it was the effect of this obsidian cauldron. It could always restrain the spread of the elixirs, making the elixirs more round and perfect. After refining elixirs day and night, not only did Ling Xiao have more experience in refining third-grade elixirs, his mental power had also made a qualitative leap. Every time he used his mental power to split the elixirs, his mental power was almost completely drained. When it recovered, it was obvious that his mental power had increased again, and it was easier to control. Now not only could Ling Xiao turn his mental power into needles, he could also transform it into palm, fist, knife, and other formless forms of attack. When he was fighting with someone, he only needed to use his mental power to blast the opponent's consciousness. Even if the opponent didn't die, they would be an idiot. Other than refining elixirs and gaining benefits from his mental power, the body's dark force was often drained. Every time he meditated to recover his dark force, there was also an obvious increase. The advantage of cultivating the 3 parts returning to vitality qi was that he could advance much faster than others. Now that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the mid-level mystic realm, he could break through at any time if he wanted. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to compress and purify the energy repeatedly and build a solid foundation. When the time came, he could break through in one go. This would also be of great benefit to his future cultivation. At this moment, he was breaking through, but not to the mid-level mystic realm, but to the second stage of the 3 parts returning to vitality qi, channel opening. Of the 316 meridians, as long as the last 5 meridians were unblocked, he would be able to enter the 3rd layer, the wide acupoint realm. The profound energy in Ling Xiao's dantian was constantly extracted and flushed towards the surrounding meridians. The 360 meridians that had been opened up were more than doubled in size. Every one of these meridians contained powerful profound energy. These profound energy provided Ling Xiao with an endless supply of combat power. With his current profound energy, he might not lose to the opponent even if he were to fight against a high-leveled profound cultivator. This was what made the 3 parts origin returning qi so powerful. Now, the last 5 meridians had all been opened by Ling Xiao. He only felt that his whole body was calm, and the surging energy made him extremely intoxicated. The 365 meridians were like energy transmission channels, continuously nourishing Ling Xiao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and finally returned to his dantian. His dantian became more and more condensed, and the 5 colored halos circulating on its surface looked extremely magical. The second layer, open meridian, was already completed. From now on, Ling Xiao's ability to channel energy would become faster and faster, and this would be very beneficial to his advancement speed. After all, as the realm increased, the amount of energy needed would increase. Hence, the higher one went, the harder it would be to break through. However, the 3 parts origin returning qi solved this problem. For example, others needed 5 years to become a high-leveled profound cultivator, but he only needed a year or a year and a half to do so. This speed was several times faster than others. And following the breakthrough of the 3 parts origin returning qi, the benefits he would receive in the future were not limited to this. Since he had already opened meridians, next was wide acupoint. A human's body was like meridians, with 365 meridians. There were qi meridians, death meridians, laughter meridians. Wide acupoint was similar to open meridian. As long as all the meridians in the body were filled up, it would be the time of completion. It looked as easy to break through as open meridian, but Ling Xiao knew that it would not be as easy as he imagined. The amount of energy needed should be several times more than open meridian. However, Ling Xiao was not anxious. He was still young. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, it should only be a matter of time before he reached the 9th level of the 3 parts origin returning chi. Regarding this, he had always been rather confident. After 7 days of seclusion, it was time for Ling Xiao to go out. In a few days, the people from the Purple Sky sect should arrive. He had to go out and settle some matters, and prepare to move on to another goal. That beautiful figure made him feel as if he had not seen her for a long time. He could not help but miss her. After leaving the stone room, Ling Xiao first went back to take a bath. Then he went to Li Kong's house to bring the spirit-breaking pill over. He also asked Li Kong to help him forge another profound artifact. In any case, he already had the materials long ago. It was just that he had been focused on concocting pills, so he was not in a hurry to forge a profound artifact. Now that he had a fiery flame sword in his hand, forging another one was just to have something to rely on when he went to a large sect. Although Li Su was the Ling clan's guardian elder, he had absolute freedom to enter and exit. There were not many restrictions, so when he had nothing to do, he would still stay in his casting room. His son Li Yang had already recovered his health and was no longer tormented by the yang poison. He was wholeheartedly immersed in refining, which made him feel very gratified. More importantly, Li Yang and a woman from the Ling family were in love. He believed that he would be able to give him a grandson very soon. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Zhao's visit made Li Su and his son extremely happy. "Grandpa Li, Uncle Li didn't disturb you, right?" Ling Xiao said politely. Even though he was already a 3rd-grade alchemist, he would not be overbearing to others, not to mention his own people. "Hehe, I was just talking to your Uncle Li about you. I didn't expect you to come just as we were talking about you." Li Su laughed heartily. "Uncle Li, your yang poison hasn't flared up again, right?" Ling Xiao asked Li Yang, who was beside him. Li Yang smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you. I'm fine now." Uncle Li is too polite. "Alright, here are 2 spirit breakthrough pills. Consider it a token of filial piety from your godson to Grandpa Li." Ling Xiao said to Li Yang and then handed the spirit breakthrough pills to Li Su. Li Su excitedly received Ling Zhao's spirit breakthrough pills and immediately said, "Good, Grandpa Li really didn't misjudge you. In the future, your name will definitely shake the world." Grandpa Li must be joking. "This little one was just lucky," Ling Xiao said modestly. In his heart, he felt that it was reasonable to accept Li Su's words. They chatted casually for a while, and then Li Su brought Ling Xiao to his storage room to choose his collection. Finally, Ling Xiao took 10 tier 2 spirit grasses and 3 low tier 3 spirit grasses from Li Su, as well as a few sets of high-grade tier 2 soft armor, intending to give them back to someone. Anything that could be placed in Li Su's storage room was naturally good stuff, but compared to the 2 spirit breakthrough pills in his hands, it wasn't anything special. Even if Ling Xiao took everything from his storage room, Li Su wouldn't even frown. After leaving the storage room, Ling Xiao took out a piece of 1,000-year black profound iron and a beast core from his space ring. Li Su's eyes fixed on the 1,000-year black profound iron, his expression even more excited than when he saw the spirit breakthrough pills. This is 1,000-year black profound iron." In Ling Zhao's hands was the 1,000-year black profound iron that Li Su currently lacked the most. Although he was a 3rd-order artifact refiner, it was difficult to refine a profound artifact without this material. Now that Ling Xiao suddenly took out such a large piece of 1,000-year black profound iron, how could he not be excited? "This time, I hope that Grandpa Li can help me forge a profound artifact," Ling Xiao said. "With this piece of 1,000-year black profound iron, there won't be any problems. Even if you want to forge another 10 profound artifacts, it will be enough." Li Su looked at Ling Zhao's piece of 1,000-year black profound iron with a burning gaze. "Then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Li. I want to get it before I go to the Purple Sky sect. Is that possible?" Ling Xiao asked as he handed the 1,000-year black profound iron to Li Su. No problem at all. Shower, thank you very much. This time, your Uncle Li can also become a 3rd-order artifact refiner." Li Su bowed to Ling Xiao. "Grandpa Li, aren't I doing this for you?" Ling Xiao hurriedly supported Li Su to stop him from bowing, but how could he stop Li Su, who was a spirit master? Ling Xiao had no choice but to accept his bow. Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from Li Su that Li Yang's artifact refining tenbin was even higher than his. It was just that Li Yang had always lacked thousand-year black profound iron, so he was unable to complete a profound artifact. Thus, he had always kept this matter in mind. Now that Ling Xiao was able to take out the thousand-year black profound iron, it was undoubtedly a timely help, once again solving Li Su's problem. How could he not be grateful to Ling Xiao? Xiao, don't worry. I, Li Yang, will definitely forge a profound artifact for you in 3 days. Li Yang said passionately to the side. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li. Oh right, there's also this metal attribute beast core. Ling Xiao thanked Li Yang and handed the beast core to Li Yang. To refine a third-level profound artifact, a beast core was an indispensable main material. Xiao, keep this beast core. Previously, I bought a rhinoceros horn beast's carcass at the auction house. It just so happens that there's a metal attribute beast core in it. Now it's just come in handy. Li Yang said but did not take the beast core. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Ling Xiao also had an impression of that rhinoceros horn beast. Back then it was auctioned at the Luo family's auction house. He really did not expect that Li Yang had always been thinking of forging a metal attribute profound artifact for him. This time, his favorable impression of Li Su and his father rose to another level. Ling Xiao did not argue anymore. After chatting with the father and son for about 2 hours, he returned to his family. He still had 2 spirit breakthrough pills in his hands, which were prepared for the Leng Shi siblings. Wei Dai was already his woman, so Leng Shi was naturally his brother-in-law. That day, he had chosen to let Lone Eagle consume it, firstly to reward Lone Eagle for his loyalty, and secondly because he had enough materials to refine the spirit breakthrough pill, so he did not give it to Leng Shi. Since the Leng Shi siblings had chosen to follow him, naturally he would not treat them unfairly. Now that the Ling family was the dominant family, he believed that Leng Shi would not have any thoughts of betrayal. Nurturing him into a spirit master would also make the Ling family's influence stronger, and also allow his parents to have better protection. In the future, when he went to the Purple Sky sect, he did not know when he would return, so he did this to pave the way for his family. Leng Shi, who had obtained the spirit breakthrough pill, was naturally ecstatic. After repeatedly thanking Ling Xiao, he could not wait to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Wei Dai was happy for her brother, so naturally, she could not help but reward Ling Xiao. Letting Ling Xiao display his masculinity in front of her could also be considered as the madness of parting. The two of them fought until the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark, and the sky changed color. Chapter 153. The news that the Ling family had a third-rank alchemy master spread like wildfire. Meteorite City was once again bustling with noise and excitement. In Meteorite City, no one could not know who the Ling family master was, but no one could not know who Ling Xiao was. He was the legend and pride of Meteorite City. Even though it was a bit early to say this, he had already surpassed many legendary existences. He had once broken through to Mystic Realm at the age of 15, and became a rare genius in Meteorite City. After 2 years of silence, he quickly became a middle-stage Mystic Realm at the age of 18. Moreover, he defeated 4 people by himself in the family competition and won first place, shocking everyone. Now he suddenly gained another noble identity, Alchemy Master. He stepped over the oldest alchemist in Meteorite City, Yuan Ping, and became a third-rank alchemist in one go. Not only that, he also forcefully promoted his servant to Spirit Master in front of all the big shots in Meteorite City. This made everyone jealous. When the news reached the ears of the Mystic Realm experts, many people said, anyone would feel honored to be Master Ling's servant. Because being a servant to Ling Xiao meant that one could at least become a spirit master. These things even became a story about Ling Xiao in Meteorite City. Today, a group of mercenaries and independent adventurers were kneeling in front of the Ling family's courtyard. There were almost 100 of them. This scene was extremely grand. Every one of them was a man of iron blood, but they had been kneeling here for an entire morning. No one frowned, and no passers-by dared to mock them. Those who knew the inside story all knew that these people were here to follow Master Ling. This was because Lone Eagle was originally an independent adventurer. It was because he followed Master Ling that he became a spirit master. No matter where, only those who became strong would be respected by others, who didn't desire higher power. Even if they became someone else's servant, or even a dog, they wanted to become stronger. They wanted to be a servant worshipped by others like Lone Eagle. In the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house, a large group of women surrounded Meng Xiyun and passionately chatted about something. Little sister Xiyun, that daughter of mine is 18 years old today. She's the same age as your great Master Ling, and she's very pretty. I'll send her over to be great Master Ling's concubine. What do you think? TSK, even that hot-headed sister of yours is pretty. My daughter is the one with the beauty of a heavenly fairy, and her breasts and buttocks are big enough. She's made for a son. Madam Ling, why don't you consider my daughter? My daughter is not bad either. It's fine even if she becomes Master Ling's servant. The women surrounded Meng Xiyun and chattered non-stop. Meng Xiyun felt dizzy from the words of these women. Yushi, come over here. Meng Xiyun shouted towards the outside of the room. Godmother, what's the matter? Yushi walked in slowly from outside. After Yushi was taken by Ling Xiao, she appeared to be even more charming and alluring. He saw that she did not have a single trace of makeup on her face. She was pure and charming. Her body was graceful and graceful. Her skin was as smooth as ice and as smooth as jade. Ever since she cultivated the Water Moon divine art, her temperament had risen by more than a level. She was no longer as shy as before, and she now appeared to be full of confidence. Come Yushi, come greet the madams. This is my Xiao, servant and also my goddaughter. Meng Xiyun pulled Yushi over to introduce her to the women. When the women saw the dazzling and beautiful Yushi, they were so ashamed that they couldn't speak. They didn't expect that a maidservant would be so beautiful and alluring. They were all from small and medium-sized families in Meteorite City, and the daughters of their families were quite beautiful, but compared to this maidservant, they were a lot inferior. Yushi's appearance made these women too embarrassed to stay any longer, so they hurriedly left. Godmother, are they here to propose marriage for the young master again? Yushi asked Meng Xiyun. That's right, this is the third batch today. It's so annoying. Meng Xiyun smiled. Although she said it was annoying, her heart was blooming with joy. How could she not be happy when her son was so popular? Who told the young master to be so outstanding? It's a pity that the young master has to go on a long journey. Otherwise, the young master could marry a few concubines. Yushi was slightly sad. Meng Xiyun took Yushi's hand and lovingly said, Silly child, are you unwilling to let the young master leave? Godmother, Yushi was a bit panicked. She wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Meng Xiyun. You don't need to say anything. Godmother knows that Xiao is a bit of a playboy, but he's a good person. I'll be at ease with you taking care of him. However, his achievements in the future won't stop here, so you have to bear with him. Godmother will stand on your side. Meng Xiyun softly patted Yushi's hand. She already knew that Yushi had a relationship with her son, but Yushi was her nominal goddaughter. She liked Yushi quite a bit, so she made it clear so that Yushi wouldn't have any burden in her heart. At the same time, she hoped that Yushi would be more tolerant. She felt that her son's future was limitless, and there would definitely be many women throwing themselves into his arms. She couldn't help him much as a mother, but she could help him deal with the women behind him. Yushi was happy when she heard Meng Xiyun's words. She was afraid that her godmother would think that she wasn't worthy of the young master. Godmother, Yushi will be the young master's servant for the rest of my life. No matter how many women the young master marries, Yushi will take good care of him. Don't worry, said Yushi. That's good. In the courtyard, Ling Xiao and Yuan Ping were chatting while sipping tea. Master Ling, you're really born to be an alchemist. The insights you've just shared have really opened this old man's eyes. Yuan Ping said happily to Ling Xiao. Now he no longer treated Ling Xiao as a young brat. Instead, he treated him as a friend from the same generation, exchanging insights on alchemy with him. He admired Ling Xiao's alchemy tips very much. However, How could he have known that Ling Xiao had taken a few simple and commonly used words from the alchemy method and explained them to him? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't tell this secret to Yuan Ping. Being able to tell him these tips would be of help to Yuan Ping in the future. Even until now, Ling Xiao still didn't know what kind of large sect the alchemy sect, mentioned in the alchemy method, was. However, just based on the alchemy method in his hands, it wasn't hard to imagine that the sect that was able to collect and create this scroll must be an extremely large existence. This is just a humble opinion of mine. Master Yuan, you praise me too much. Ling Xiao said modestly. Master Ling, there's no need to unduly belittle yourself. This old man has traveled before, and the number of alchemists who have reached the third rank are few and far between. Moreover, alchemists as young as Master Ling are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I'm afraid that even if Master Ling were to come to the Purple Sky sect, they would still have to treat you with respect. Yuan Ping said. He paused for a moment before asking, May I ask, Master Ling, who did you teach your alchemy techniques to? Yuan Ping really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao was able to reach the third rank so quickly. Aside from Tenbin's exceptional talent, he believed that he must have been taught by a high-ranked alchemist. This regarding my master, it's really inconvenient for me to reveal anything. I hope Master Yuan will forgive me. Ling Xiao replied. It was this old man's slip of the tongue. It's just that I felt that Master Ling's fire manipulation palm technique seemed familiar, so I asked this question. Yuan Ping said. Where have you seen Master Yuan before? Ling Xiao asked. That was 20 years ago. At that time, I was passing by a large city and just happened to see that alchemist competing with someone. That person used a fire manipulation palm technique that was similar to Master Ling's to refine pills. However, that alchemist's refining technique had already reached a stage where it was as pure as fire. His refining speed was extremely fast, and it was truly rare in this world. That year, I was also indebted to that old man for a few pointers, and that was why I was fortunate enough to have today's achievements. Yuan Ping said faintly as he recalled the past. Could it be that that person was an alchemist from the alchemy sect? Ling Xiao was suspicious in his heart, but his expression didn't change as he said, Perhaps it's a bit distant from that master of mine, or perhaps it's just a coincidence. I don't know. May I know which elder is an alchemist? Yuan Ping opened his palm and said with certainty, He's at least a 5th-rank alchemist. When I saw him compete with someone, he was refining a 5th-rank pill. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. A 5th-rank alchemist. To be able to reach the 5th rank, one had to at least be at the king level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use spiritual energy to condense pills. That would require a large amount of energy. Master Ling, there's no need to be so surprised. With Master Ling's Tenbin, I believe that in the future, you will also have the opportunity to reach that level. Yuan Ping looked at the surprised Ling Xiao and said, Haha, who knows when that will be? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Yuan Ping said his goodbyes. After Yuan Ping left, Ling Xiao grabbed a bunch of grapes and began to eat. His heart was beating like a drum as he thought to himself, It's just the 5th level. I still want to reach the legendary level of Divine Apothecary. At this time, the siblings Lone Eagle and Lung Shi walked over. Greetings, young master. The three of them respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. There are no outsiders here, no need to be so polite. Speak, what do you want? Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Lone Eagle and Lung Shi looked at each other. Lone Eagle took a step forward and said, Young master, there are still 48 people kneeling outside. Will you accept them? Half of them are gone in just half a day. How impatient. Ling Xiao murmured and then said to Lone Eagle, Let them in. Yes, young master. Lone Eagle's face turned into a happy expression. He nodded and walked out of the house. Not long after, Lone Eagle brought in the mercenaries and adventurers who were kneeling outside the Ling family's inner courtyard. When everyone saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt together and called out, Master Ling, please accept us as servants. These 40 people were all filled with an unruly aura, and were all at the mystic realm. There were even 3 who had reached the high level of mystic realm. They had been kneeling since morning just to see Ling Xiao and beg Ling Xiao to accept them as servants. This was because they all desired to become stronger. In Meteor City, only Ling Xiao had the ability to make them stronger as quickly as possible. Lone Eagle and Lung Shi were the best examples. Chapter 154. Ling Xiao looked around at the 48 people. Almost all of them were between 35 and 45 years old. Only 5 of them were under 30 years old. Overall, they seemed a little old. This was the gathering of half of Meteorite City's mercenaries and adventurers. You all want to follow me, become stronger, and become spirit master experts like Lone Eagle and Cold Snake? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Yes, Master Ling. The 48 people answered at the same time. Then tell me, what reason do I have to accept you? Ling Xiao asked. The 48 people looked at each other, and a 40-year-old high-level mystic cultivator stepped forward and said, Master Ling, I can help you kill someone. As long as Master Ling wants to kill someone, I will kill that person even if I have to risk my life. Uncle, what is your name? Ling Xiao asked. Master Ling, I am Kanto, the middle-aged man replied. Kanto, do you think you are stronger than Lone Eagle? Ling Xiao asked back. Kanto was speechless. He could kill someone, but so could Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle was much stronger than him, so why would he want him to do it? Master Ling, I can do anything for you, as long as you accept me as a servant. A skinny low-level mystic cultivator said. Okay, then kill yourself in front of me. Ling Xiao nodded. With that, the low-level mystic cultivator retreated guiltily, and didn't dare to say anything else. It was true that he wanted to become stronger, but how could he become stronger without his life? For a moment, everyone was stunned speechless. They all felt that Master Ling was clearly making things difficult for them. At this time, a clear voice sounded. I can die for Master Ling. The one who walked out was a woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her voice was clear and melodious, and her figure was graceful. However, most of her face was covered by her hair, making it impossible to see her appearance. You can really die for me? Ling Xiao asked the woman with squinted eyes. Yes, Master Ling. The woman answered and didn't say anything else. She took out a cold blade and slashed at her neck without hesitation. Enough! Seeing that the cold blade was about to slash her neck, Ling Xiao stopped it and shouted. Although Ling Xiao spoke in time, the cold blade still cut her neck, and a few traces of blood flowed out. It was undeniable that if Ling Xiao had called out a little later, she might have really died in front of Ling Xiao. Come here. Ling Xiao waved at her. The woman sheathed her cold blade and walked towards Ling Xiao. Raise your face, Ling Xiao ordered. The woman's body trembled slightly and she raised her head. Ling Xiao brushed aside the hair that covered her face, revealing a few hideous scars. The woman's face was slashed with more than a dozen cuts. Her entire face was like the face of a ghost, hideous and frightening. Only her eyes were still clear and moving. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and asked, What's your name? Others call me Gui Sanyang. The woman replied. At this time, the mercenaries and adventurers at the side changed their expressions. Obviously, they all knew the name Gui Sanyang. You stay, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put down her hair. Thank you, Grandmaster Ling. The woman knelt down and thanked him. Following that, Ling Xiao asked these mercenaries and adventurers some strange questions. In the end, he picked out 7 people with strong willpower and good potential to stay. The rest were not spared. These mercenaries and adventurers might be a decent force in Meteorite City, but their aptitudes were limited. At best, they could only serve as guards for the Ling family. Now that the Ling family had a grand elder holding the fort, no one in Meteorite City would dare to provoke the Ling family's prestige in the next 200 years. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to raise these people with little potential. The reason why he picked out 8 people was to plan for his future. After all, his vision was not limited to Meteorite City. The Xianling continent was vast and there were many experts. Meteorite City was only the most backward and remote city. When he roamed the continent in the future, he would need a group of loyal assistants. Therefore, these 8 people in front of him would become Ling Xiao's left and right arms in the future. In 3 days, I'll be going to the Purple Sky sect to become an outer disciple. I'll let you stay here for now, but I can't give you any benefits in a short period of time. But I'll give you 3 years to think about whether or not you're determined to follow me. During these 3 years, you'll serve as guards for the Ling family, and when you're free, you'll cultivate. If you're still willing to stay with the Ling family after 3 years, then I'll give you what you want. Ling Xiao said to the 8 people in front of him. We swear to follow Grandmaster Ling until death. The 8 people knelt on one knee and swore. Good, you will definitely not regret this choice in the future. Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. These 8 people in front of him did not know that their choice to follow Ling Xiao would allow them to become the 8 powerful generals by Ling Xiao's side in the future, and become famous in the Xianling continent. Ling Xiao ordered Lone Eagle and Lung Shi to temporarily lead the 8 people, and let them act as the family's nurses. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. In 2 days, it would be the day to leave Meteorite City. Ling Xiao went to the Great Elder's cultivation place at the back of the mountain. Now that the Great Elder had once again returned to his youth and advanced to the king level, his lifespan had greatly increased. Therefore, he no longer guarded the profound skill pavilion like before. Instead, he sent another elder from the previous generation to guard it, and use his time to cultivate. Great Elder, may I know why you called me here? Ling Xiao called out to the outside of the cave. Then, the Great Elder walked out of the cave. His whole person seemed to be in high spirits. The day after tomorrow is the day you go to the Purple Sky sect? The Great Elder asked. Yes, Great Elder. Ling Xiao replied. Are there any reluctance to leave? The Great Elder asked. A little reluctance, but I want to leave even more. Ling Xiao replied firmly. Good, good. The Great Elder patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile. Since you can cultivate Xianqi again, I feel that your mind has become more tenacious. That's why I chose you to be my successor disciple. But I didn't expect you to be so amazing in Tenbin. It seems that Meteorite City can no longer trap a dragon like you. Of course, don't you know whose disciple this young master is? Ling Xiao said flatteringly. Little rascal, I called you here today to tell you some things about the Purple Sky sect. Listen carefully, it will be good for your future. The Great Elder scolded lightly. Ling Xiao immediately became serious. Indeed, he didn't know anything about any sections. First, I'll tell you about the division of sections. First of all, let me tell you about the division of sections. In our continent, sects are divided into 9 ranks. Rank 9 is the lowest, and the higher the rank, the stronger it is. Rank 5 and above is a large sect, and rank 2 and above is a super sect. Each large sect has its own definition, and in our northwest, there are a total of 36 large sections. Among them, the Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among the 36 sects, and its strength is extremely powerful. It can be said that there are countless Xian scholars in the Purple Sky sect, and spirit masters can be seen everywhere. Listening to the Great Elder's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He had never thought that the Purple Sky sect would have such a great background that it actually had several king-level experts. It must be known that in Meteorite City, reaching the Xian Scholar realm was already considered an expert, and Spirit Master realm was already a peak expert. If the Great Elder hadn't broken through by luck, Meteorite City probably wouldn't even have a single king-level expert. It was no wonder that during the family competition, all the patriarchs and elders had been so respectful to the 2 elders of the Purple Sky sect. Their background was truly great. What kind of existence were king-level experts? As long as they sent one of them to Meteorite City, they would be able to slaughter all the families in Meteorite City. The Purple Sky sect has already been established for over 2,000 years. Our Meteorite City is under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. In the past, they would send people to Meteorite City every once in a while to select the elites of the younger generation to compete for the position of outer sect disciple. It's just that every time they were selected, none of them were able to pass the outer sect disciple test. As time passed, the Purple Sky sect gave up on coming to Meteorite City to select outer sect disciples. I just don't know why the Purple Sky sect has appeared again this time. It's really puzzling, said the Great Elder. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. He felt that this time it was Yun Mingqi who had fought for this opportunity for him. Don't worry, Mingqi, sooner or later you'll be mine. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Mingqi's painstaking efforts, and he firmly thought in his heart, no matter what, the Purple Sky sect coming to Meteorite City to select outer sect disciples is also a good thing. This time, we'll see whether or not you can pass the selection and open a new path for our Meteorite City, said the Great Elder expectantly. That's natural. What's so difficult about a mere outer sect disciple test? I'll definitely pass smoothly, said Ling Xiao confidently. I also believe that you can do it. Even if your martial strength isn't enough, just your status as an alchemist is enough for the Purple Sky sect to treat you as an honored guest, praised the Great Elder. Then he continued, now that the internal and external troubles have been eliminated, it's time for me to travel around and see if I have the ability to take another step forward in this life. The old master is old but vigorous, of course there's no problem, said Ling Xiao. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for your drop of 10,000-year tree milk, I would have long since gone to see the King of Hell. In fact, when I was young, in order to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique and travel around, my entire body was left with many hidden injuries. This is also the reason why I've been unable to break through. Fortunately, when my lifespan was about to end, I chose you. You're destined to be my lucky star, and also the lucky star of our Ling family. Indeed, if it weren't for Ling Zhao's drop of 10,000-year tree milk, he would have long since died. He had always been rejoicing in his heart that he had chosen such a good successor. Being praised by the Great Elder, even the thick-skinned Ling Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. He objected in his heart, thinking, I'm more like the lucky star of many beautiful women. After chatting with the Great Elder for half a day, Ling Xiao went to see his grandfather Ling Song. Naturally, he couldn't avoid chatting with him. This caused Ling Xiao to feel grateful towards these two elders. When he became stronger in the future, he absolutely couldn't forget this. Next, the appointed time with the Purple Sky sect deacon arrived. Chapter 155. Within the Ling family's inner court, all the elders were gathered in the inner court. Ling Song sat at the head of the table, while the Grand Elder sat on the left. Two middle-aged men sat where Ling Xiao used to be. These two middle-aged men were the ones who had appeared during the family competition. They were the outer court deacons of the Purple Sky sect. The nouveau riche who was even fatter than third elder Ling Yuan was called Ren Huafu. The middle-aged man with a stern expression and a pitch-black spear in his hand was called Mo Ku. His aura was even stronger than the nouveau riche. Ling Xiao thought that these two people's names were really interesting. The nouveau riche was a businessman's name, which suited his figure very well. As for the middle-aged man with the spear, he was called Cool Bro. This kind of man was undoubtedly very attractive to women. Fortunately, this guy was already middle-aged and had passed the age of coquettishness. My lords, this is the first time my son has traveled far from home. In the future, I'll have to ask you to discipline him. Ling Song said to the two deacons of the Purple Sky sect, and then gave the third elder a look. This is a small gift from the Ling family to the two lords. Please accept it. The third elder held a tray in his hand. On the tray were 4 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and 4 brocade boxes. Inside were 3 mid-tier spirit herbs. Ren Huafu took the items and said, I'll accept the items. However, whether or not this kid can become an outer court disciple will depend on his luck. Of course. I believe my son has some ability. The inner court has already prepared a banquet. Please have a meal before you depart. Ling Song said. No need. Since everything is prepared, let's quickly depart. There's still some time before the election begins. We must hurry back and complete the task without delay. Ren Huafu said. Afterwards, Ling Xiao left the Ling family with Ren Huafu and Mo Ku. The Ling family's elders all came out to send them off. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the other corner, and saw that his 3 women were all crying. You all wait, I will definitely come back to marry you, Ling Xiao said to the 3 women. Then he turned around and jumped onto the flaming horse, leaving with the 2 people from the Purple Sky sect. Let's go back. He will definitely come back for us. Wei Dyer wiped her teary eyes and patted Bai Yuxi and Luo Qingxuang's shoulders. Yes, I know young master will come back. He won't leave me behind, Bai Yuxi said firmly. Only Luo Qingxuang was upset. She hadn't even become Ling Zhao's woman. Would he miss her? 3 months later, in front of an ancient city, dozens of flaming horses galloped towards the city gate. Along the way, he kicked up a cloud of dust. In front of us is Purple Heaven City, which is the first city under the direct jurisdiction of our Purple Heaven sect. Everyone go to the city to rest first. The election ceremony will be held in 5 days, Ren Huafu, who had a big belly, said loudly. Haha, we've finally arrived at Purple Heaven City. A tall and thin young man in purple robes laughed from behind, as if he had been looking forward to it for a long time. That's right, I'm almost suffocated. Tonight, I must find a little naughty girl to have some fun, a sturdy young man agreed. Old Lu, can a little naughty girl satisfy you? You're too weak. If it was me, I would have to find at least 3 to 5. Haha, keep boasting. Even if you boast to the heavens, no one will believe you. I guess you guys are a group of men with sperm in your brain. None of you dare to find a woman. You're all little virgins who only talk. Big Sister Yin, your words are too hurtful. The young people behind the 2 deacons of the Purple Heaven sect talked to each other happily. At the back of the group of youngsters, a handsome young man in a cloak made of beast armor was talking to a petite, quiet, and gentle girl beside him in a low voice. The young man obviously knew how to please girls. His words caused the girl to smile frequently. Beside the young man was another thin and weak young man. He was always separated by the young man wearing a cloak in the middle. He blushed and looked at the girl, his eyes filled with admiration. Little Snow, I'll tell you another joke about 3 sons-in-law. Listen carefully. The young man wearing a cloak said to the girl beside him. The girl's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she nodded repeatedly. Once upon a time, there was an old master whose 3 daughters were married to a scholar, a blacksmith and a dung picker. One day, the old master celebrated his 60th birthday, and his 3 sons-in-law came to celebrate his birthday. On a whim, the landlord suddenly wanted his sons-in-law to write a few poems for his birthday, and the title of the poem was The Thousandly Horse in the Landlord's Stable. In fact, the landlord looked down on his 3rd son-in-law the most. He knew that he was a big uncouth man, so he wanted him to make a fool of himself in front of others. The young man shook his head and joked. After a pause he continued. Very quickly, the eldest son-in-law was the first to think of a poem. He said, The snow is like a goose feather, and the fast horse is walking on the south bridge. The fast horse is coming back, and the goose feather is floating on the water. Hearing this poem, the old master was very satisfied and praised. Good, good, the horse is coming back and forth, and the snow is still on the water, not bad. At this point, the girl asked, What poems did the 2nd son-in-law and the 3rd son-in-law write? The 2nd son-in-law also wrote, The iron rod is thrown into the water, and the fast horse is running to Tokyo. The fast horse is coming back, and the iron rod is still not sinking. The old master felt that this poem was just passable. Then the old master saw that the 3rd son-in-law was thinking hard and guessed that he might not be able to think of a good poem. So he said, Forget it, looking at you, you can't think of a poem. At this point, the young man was interrupted by the girl. He heard her say angrily, What a snob! The young man ignored the girl's words and continued. After hearing the old master's words, the 3rd son-in-law also thought of a poem. He pretended to be a scholar and lightly shook his head as he recited. The father-in-law farted, and the fast horse went west. The fast horse came back, and the fart door was still open. After hearing this, the old master's face darkened, and he immediately fainted from anger. Haha, serves you right. The girl laughed beautifully, causing the young man in front of her to look back. On the other side of the cloaked young man, a weak-looking young man stared blankly, and in his heart he praised, What a beautiful smile. Little Snow, let's not chat here, let's go into the city. A feminine-looking man stopped his horse and called out to the girl. His tone revealed a hint of displeasure, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the cloaked young man. Got it, the girl replied. and then smiled sweetly at the cloaked young man beside her. Only then did she urge her horse to catch up to the feminine-looking young man. "Hey, this girl is really cute." The cloaked young man had a faint smile on his face as he muttered to himself. Boss, you look really lewd. You said you were going to help me come up with ideas. How could you take a fancy to my brother's wife?" The weak-looking young man said to the cloaked young man. "Little turtle, don't worry. Boss is helping you figure out what she likes first, and then I'll tell you when the time comes. Wouldn't it be easy for you to pick her up?" The cloaked young man reached out and patted the weak-looking young man. The weak-looking young man didn't seem to have any ulterior motives, and after hearing the cloaked young man's words, he felt that it was very reasonable. He immediately nodded and said, "Boss is indeed the boss. Then quickly figure it out, or I won't have a share when we get to the sect. Little turtle, as a man, you need to be confident. Raise your head and stick out your chest, and loudly say, 'Little Snow, I love you.'" The cloaked young man patted his chest to teach the weak-looking young man, and his last sentence was extremely loud. The dozens of people in front of them all heard the cloaked young man's words, and they were almost knocked down by his words. This guy was too bold to actually confess to a girl in front of so many people. He was truly a model for our generation. Several of the young men turned around and gave the young man a thumbs up, and there were also quite a few people whose faces were filled with disdain. The young girl who had been chatting with him just now had a charming and alluring appearance, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. The feminine young man beside her noticed the young man's appearance, and his expression became even more gloomy, and his cold eyes were filled with anger. "Boss, you're really direct, but you've already said what I said. What if Little Snow misunderstands?" The weak-looking young man looked at the cloaked young man with both admiration and anxiety. "Oh, big brother, I almost forgot, but it's fine. Big brother isn't as charming as Little Turtle. That little girl will always be yours. Haha, let's go into the city." The cloaked young man suddenly remembered that he had expressed his feelings wrongly, and then with a loud laugh, he urged his horse to chase after the crowd. The weak-looking young man shook his head, and also chased after them on his raging flames. The cloaked young man just now was none other than Ling Xiao, who had set off from Meteor City. As for why so many people had appeared, it had to start from Ling Xiao 3 months ago. It was said that after Ling Xiao left Meteor City with Ren Huafu and Moke, they didn't immediately set off for the Purple Sky Sect, but instead set off for other cities. Later, Ling Xiao found out that the Purple Sky Sect recruited outer sect disciples from other cities every 3 years, and Ren Huafu and Moke were responsible for recruiting the young generation of the 7 cities. Each city recruited about 5 to 10 people. These people were the most outstanding young people in the cities, and every one of them had an outstanding cultivation tenbin. They were all known as geniuses by the locals. Ling Xiao was only slightly more outstanding among these people, and his strength was not worth showing off at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh that he had been too short-sighted before. He thought that at his age his cultivation was already not bad. After picking up these people, he rushed all the way to the Purple Sky Sect. The weak-looking young man beside Ling Xiao was only 17 years old, and his name was Hua Xiaogui. He only had the strength of a mid-level mystic cultivator, but he had another identity, and that was a first-grade alchemist. The talents that the Purple Sky Sect recruited were not only outstanding in cultivation tenbin, but also young people who were outstanding in alchemy and blacksmithing. The young girl who was chatting with Ling Xiao was from Wuming City, and her name was Wu Xixue. She was 19 years old, and she was a mid-level mystic cultivator. The feminine man who called Wu Xixue was from the same city as Wu Xixue, and he was a 20-year-old mid-level mystic cultivator, Xiaoshi. Among these people, the one with the most prestige was a genius from Qi City, Senj, who had reached the high-level mystic realm at the age of 22. There was also a forthright woman from Double Moon City, Yu Lian, who was a high-level mystic realm at the age of 21. The two of them were the strongest here, and they were also the most sociable and had the most charisma. However, Ling Xiao was disdainful in his heart. "I'm a low-key person, and I won't meet with brats." Chapter 156. Purple Sky City was a city directly under the Purple Sky sect. With the experts of the Purple Sky sect overseeing this place, no one dared to cause trouble here. The area it occupied was almost 10 times that of Meteorite City. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and shops were everywhere. Meteorite City had everything here, but Meteorite City might not have everything here. After Ren Huafu, Emoku, and the others entered the city, everyone was very excited and curious. Everyone was still young, so they were naturally very curious about the unfamiliar environment. Not long after everyone entered the city, 2 men wearing martial attire came out to welcome them. Deacon Mo, Deacon Run Your Back, Deacon Han, Deacon Liu, and the others all came back 3 days ago, a man said. Oh, got it. Go and arrange a place for them to stay. We'll rush back to the sect now, Emoku nodded and said. Thus, Emoku and Ren Huafu did not say anything more. They handed over the large group of people they brought to the 2 men and left first. All of you come with me. A man waved at everyone and took the lead to walk towards a restaurant. This restaurant was naturally a direct business of the Purple Sky sect. Normally, it would be open to the public, but now it was time for the Outer Court Disciple Selection meeting that was held once every 3 years, so this restaurant was used to receive those outstanding young talents that were recruited from all over the world. After entering the restaurant, there were already many young men and women gathered here. Obviously, these people had been here for a long time, and they seemed to be very familiar with each other. It was likely that the other deacons of the Purple Sky sect had brought back another batch of young people to compete for the outer sect disciples. The young people who were idle and bored looked at the new people who came in and started to discuss. Yo, another group of people came. It seems like it should be the last group. It's really lively. I heard that the Purple Sky sect only accepted 150 people this year. Now there are at least 300 people here, so half of them will have to leave after the selection. Who knows? In any case, the one who leaves isn't me. There are actually 2 beautiful flowers. Not bad, they're comparable to the one in our team. TSK, your eyes must be stuffed with goosebumps. How can these 2 compare to our team's thorny rose? Really? Hee, aren't they all women? It's the same even if the candles are extinguished. Under the guidance of 2 men, Ling Xiao and the others were allocated rooms. Everyone felt tired after rushing for such a long time, so they all went into their own rooms to rest. Phew, it's been 3 months. I'm so tired. Ling Xiao let out a soft sigh. Then he collapsed on the wooden bed and slept soundly. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, an anxious voice came from outside. Ling Xiao got up in a daze and muttered to himself unhappily. What the hell is going on? It's so noisy. Ling Xiao wanted to continue sleeping, but it was too noisy outside and he was hungry, so he walked out of the room. When he arrived at the main hall of the restaurant, he saw a group of people gathered together as if they were watching a good show. Ling Xiao walked over curiously and saw a young girl who wasn't even 10 years old being beaten to death by a young man. However, not a single person spoke up for the girl. Ling Xiao pushed his way through the crowd, frowning as he looked at the little girl curled up on the ground. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and indignation, and his heart trembled. It was as if he were looking at himself from his past life. At that time, he had lost both his parents at a young age, and had no one to rely on. He had suffered ridicule and cold eyes, had to fight with vicious dogs for food, and had even been beaten half to death by dog servants. If it wasn't for his old master taking him in, perhaps he would have died at that time. Stinky beggar, you dare steal this young master's jade pendant? Don't you know who this young master is? Fuck. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes angrily kicked the weak and thin girl. Enough! Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a voice that was as pleasant to listen to as an oriole came out of the valley. Everyone looked back to see a young girl wearing a snow-white veil. Her face was as cold as ice, and there was a hint of anger on her face. Her thin lips were red and alluring, and her graceful figure was slender and elegant. There was a faint chill around her that made people only dare to look at her from afar. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that she wasn't tainted by the slightest bit of dust. She walked through the crowd and looked at the luxurious young man who was beating the girl. The luxurious young man looked at the cold beauty and was stunned. His eyes revealed a strong desire, and he immediately rolled his eyes and said, "For the sake of the beauty, I'll let you off." The weak and thin girl stumbled to her feet and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She glared at the luxurious young man and shouted, "I didn't steal anything from you. Yo, a little girl like you still dares to talk back." The luxurious young man said unhappily and kicked the little girl again. The cold beauty wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The luxurious young man and the little girl were too close. Everyone thought that the little girl was definitely going to die because the luxurious young man's kick contained xianqi. It was obvious that he wanted to cripple the little girl. Who knew that in the next moment, the luxurious young man's kick actually missed. The gorgeous-looking young man frowned and immediately looked around, only to see a guy hugging the little girl. "Are you going to meddle in other people's business?" The luxurious young man asked Ling Xiao in a bad mood. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to the luxurious young man. He directly took out a pill and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. The luxurious young man felt that he was being ignored, especially when there was a cold beauty beside him. How could he let others ignore his existence? "Immediately let go of that damned little bastard, or else this young master will kill you right now," the luxurious young man said with a gloomy face. Ling Xiao still ignored the young man and asked the little girl in his arms, "Does it still hurt?" The little girl bit her lips and firmly shook her head, her eyes revealing a stubborn divine light. This made Ling Xiao feel even more sympathy for this little guy. "You're courting death," the luxurious young man shouted and punched towards Ling Xiao's face. This punch already contained an elemental attack. He had to make Ling Xiao look good. "Be careful," the cold beauty reminded. Just as the luxurious young man's fist was about to reach Ling Xiao's face, Ling Xiao didn't even look and suddenly kicked out with his foot. This kick was extremely fast and tyrannical. The luxurious young man's fist didn't even reach Ling Xiao before he was kicked in the stomach by Ling Xiao. "Papa." The luxurious young man hit the wall between two wooden tables and chairs, looking very miserable. "Do you want to learn how to hit people?" Ling Xiao asked the little girl indifferently. The little girl's eyes turned and she nodded without hesitation. "Then how about I teach you?" Ling Xiao asked. "Then can you beat this bad guy?" The little girl pointed at the luxurious young man who had already gotten up. "Ah, your big brother can beat him without using my hands." Ling Xiao replied. "Go die." The luxurious young man pulled out his sword and a faint metal light blasted towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, the surrounding people all hid far away. Ling Xiao held the little girl and frowned. His body slightly leaned to the side and avoided the luxurious young man's attack. He then swept towards him and leapt into the air. Grass in the wind. A series of afterimages of legs carrying a golden light attacked towards the luxurious young man. The afterimages of the legs flew, carrying with them a sharp whooshing sound. Bang bang. Ah! How could the luxurious young man know that his opponent's speed was so fast? He didn't even have time to react before his face was stepped on more than 10 times. Several of his front teeth were trampled out, and his body flew out once again. Hiss, this kid's movement technique is really fast. I couldn't even catch him just now. It's strange. Could it be that he has the wind attribute, but his attack is metal? Could it be that he has the metal and wind attributes? Who cares how strong he is? He's in trouble. I saw the guy who was beaten up bring people over. For a moment, the surrounding people began to discuss again. None of the Purple Sky sect's outer sect disciples in the restaurant came over to manage things. In any case, they all knew that there would be a lively scene before every election. Young people were easy to be impulsive, and as long as they didn't cause any big trouble, they would also turn a blind eye to it. If something really happened to one of them, it would be equivalent to eliminating a person in advance, and it was not a big deal. Did you see that? I don't even need my hands to beat him to the point that he looks for his teeth all over the ground. Ling Xiao said to the little girl with a tempting gaze. The little girl's eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately nodded and said, "Big brother, I'll learn this foot technique from you." "All right, big brother will teach you in the future." Ling Xiao laughed happily. Then, Ling Xiao ignored everyone's gazes and walked back to his room with the little girl in his arms. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's back, and most of them had disdainful expressions. Only the cold and elegant girl's beautiful eyes revealed an imperceptible light. In Ling Xiao's room, looking at the little girl wolfing down the food, Ling Xiao seemed to see the shadow of his previous life. This scene was so similar. Are you full? If you're not full, I'll order another serving. Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the little girl dotingly. The little girl swallowed the last mouthful of food, patted her chest and asked, I'm full. My stomach is about to explode. Then why are you still eating so hard? If I don't eat more, I don't know where I'll get to eat next time. Don't worry. In the future, you won't have to go hungry with Big Brother. Ling Xiao said. The little girl nodded sensibly and said, Thank you, Big Brother. Xian will listen to you in the future. Oh, that's good. Be a good girl, and go sleep on the bed. Big Brother will go out for a bit. Ling Xiao's expression stiffened slightly, and then he said something to the little girl, and walked straight out the door. The little girl opened her round eyes and firmly remembered Ling Xiao's tall figure in her heart. After leaving the room, she saw the gorgeous young man walking over with an old man, and 2 strong men. Bastard, you actually didn't run away. This young master will kill you today. Go and cut him into 8 pieces for me. The gorgeous young man shouted at his subordinates. The Purple Sky Sect's outer sect disciple selection had not yet begun, but a small storm had opened the prelude to the battle. Chapter 157. The closest city to the Purple Sky Sect was Burning Ground City. Between the 2 cities, it would only take 3 to 5 days to reach by riding a fast horse. Burning Ground City could be considered one of the wealthier cities in the northwest. It had a large population and martial arts were prevalent there. The biggest family in Burning Ground City was the famous Lao family. Apart from being rich and overbearing, the Lao clan also had 2 king-rank experts holding down the fort. In the northwest, king-rank experts were the most supreme existences, and they belonged to the category of gods. It was rare for a king-rank powerhouse to appear in many cities in 100 years, but the Lao clan had 2 king-rank powerhouses. This was enough to show how strong the Lao clan was. If it weren't for the existence of the Purple Heaven sect, I'm afraid that they would also be the overlords of a region. The Lao family was considered one of the most prosperous families in the northwest. There were also the Bing family of Ice City, the Sun family of Qi City, the Yu family of Shuangyue City, and the Wu family of Wuming City. These clans were famous in the northwest, and each of them had at least 1 or 2 king-rank martial artists holding down the fort. The person who hit the little girl outside the restaurant just now was Lao Fanqing of the younger generation of the Lao family. He was a 25-year-old middle-stage mystic cultivator. In fact, with his aptitude, he was not qualified to participate in the Purple Sky Sect's outer sect disciple election. However, the Lao family was close to the Purple Sky City, and every year, they would pay a lot of good things to the Purple Sky Sect. Therefore, the Lao family could guarantee 1 more place to participate in the outer sect disciple election, and Lao Fanqing was the candidate for the Lao family's recommendation. Why did he become the lucky one of the Lao family? It was naturally because he was the direct descendant of the Lao family's head. He had been in the Purple Heaven City for a few days. Today, when he went out to stroll in the market, the jade pendant hanging on his waist disappeared. This jade pendant was the symbol of his status in the Lao family, and had a special meaning. Just as he was anxiously looking around, he saw a little girl who looked like a beggar bring his jade pendant over. Seeing such a dirty and messy little girl, Lao Fanqing thought that this little girl was a thief. So he beat the little girl up without saying anything. If not for Ling Xiao's appearance, the little girl would have died. This little girl was Xia Xianxian. The Burning Ground City and the Purple Sky Sect were close neighbors. As a direct descendant of the Lao family, Lao Fanqing naturally had guards following him. Now that Lao Fanqing had been beaten up, he had to get back at him. Otherwise, the Lao family would lose face. Brother, do you really want to kill me? Ling Xiao stared at Lao Fan and asked faintly. Nonsense. When have I, Lao Fanqing, ever been beaten to such a state? Why don't you ask around just how famous my Lao family is? As expected, if you dare touch me, you're just looking to die, shouted Lao Fanqing angrily. How about this? Let's go out and settle this. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble in the restaurant. More importantly, he didn't want to disturb the little girl inside. Moreover, he was afraid of the old man. He was at least a spirit master. Haha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I'm telling you to run? Attack. Lao Fanqing laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the 2 high-level mystic cultivators beside him were about to attack Ling Xiao. If things get out of hand, it won't be good for you, right? You have a spirit master and 2 guards with you. Are you afraid that I, a small middle-stage mystic cultivator, will escape? Ling Xiao glanced at the old man and said. The old man raised his eyes, and a light shot out from his eyes. He immediately nodded at Lao Fanqing, who was beside him. Okay, we won't cause trouble in the restaurant. I'll kill you on the streets, you blind bastard. Lao Fanqing spat and walked out of the restaurant. Ling Xiao also slowly followed behind him. The 2 high-level mystic cultivators watched Ling Xiao from behind to prevent him from escaping. When they walked to the main hall of the restaurant, most of the people looked at Ling Xiao with eyes that rejoiced at his misfortune. Boss. Hua Xiaogui also saw Ling Xiao in the crowd and couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xiao looked at him and nodded slightly. The youths that were led by Ren Huafu and Emoku to the Purple Sky sect all knew that Ling Xiao had probably gotten into trouble. However, on the way here, Ling Xiao had deliberately kept a low profile. Other than Hua Xiaojia and Wu Xixue, he didn't have any relations with the others. Therefore, he didn't think that any of these people would stand up for him. Big brother, don't go with them. Xia Xianxian chased from behind and called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the little girl and comforted her. Xianxian, quickly go to the room. Big brother will be back soon. At that time, I'll teach you how to kick people, okay? Xia Xianxian threw herself in front of Ling Xiao and cried. Big brother is a good person. Xianxian didn't steal anything from him. He dropped it. I just picked it up and returned it to him, sob sob. Damn you little girl, you dare to argue? I'm going to throw you to the dogs. Lao Fanqing scolded angrily. When he got the jade pendant back, he naturally knew that he was the one who lost it. He just didn't want to admit it, so he didn't kill Xia Xianxian at first. He just wanted to beat her up to vent his anger, but who knew that he would get himself into trouble? Ling Xiao threw a cold look at Lao Fanqing, and Lao Fanqing was so scared that he took a step back. Go kill them. Let's see who doesn't give face to our Lao family in the future. Lao Fanqing said to the guards beside him. Whoever dares to touch my boss, I'll fight with him. Hua Xiaogui shouted and actually stood beside Ling Xiao. Although this guy's body was thin and weak, he had a heart that valued friendship and righteousness. Xiahou Shi, who was not far away, seemed to know about the Lao family's reputation. He sneered and thought in his heart, you deserve your bad luck. You actually dared to have ideas about Shui. Now, I don't even need to do anything. You're going to die. Who knew that just as he was feeling proud, he would be stunned in the next moment. Wu Xixue walked out from behind him and stood beside Ling Xiao. She said to him firmly, Ling Xiao, I'll stand by your side. After saying that, her face turned red. She thought about the confession that Ling Xiao had made to her when they entered the city. It had opened her heart that had been sealed for many years. She didn't want anything to happen to this humorous and handsome man. After struggling for a while, she still chose to stand by Ling Xiao's side. Haha, not bad, not bad. You actually have a helper. Uncle Ning, go and cripple each of their hands. That woman. TSK, she'll stay with me. Lao Fanqing's gaze fell on Wu Xixue and he laughed lewdly. All of you stand to the side. I'll take care of my own business. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he protected them behind him. He then shouted at Lao Fanqing. I'll stand here and let you attack me for 5 times. If I don't die, then we'll forget about this matter. How about it? He had just come out from Meteor City. Ling Xiao really didn't want to make things bigger. Moreover, since the other party could come with guards, it seemed that they should be a powerful force. If he could avoid offending them, he would try his best not to offend them. If they really didn't give in, then don't blame him for being ruthless. When Ling Xiao said this, Everyone had a surprised expression on their faces. Although Lao Fanqing was a little old, he still had the strength of a middle-level mystic realm cultivator. This guy actually dared to take 5 moves from him. Wasn't that courting death? Hehe, are you serious? Lao Fanqing asked with a sinister smile. Of course. As long as you let go of me and my little sister, I'll stand still and take 5 moves from you. I won't blame you even if you beat me until I'm crippled. But after 5 moves, I'm lucky to not die. How about that? Ling Xiao said faintly. Boss you? Hua Xiaogui said worriedly. It's nothing, Ling Xiao replied. He immediately shouted at Lao Fanqing again. Do you dare? All right, I'll cripple you today, you arrogant bastard. Lao Fanqing replied. He immediately threw a golden fist with 80% of his strength towards Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling Xiao. Xia Xianxian and Wu Siming couldn't help but exclaim. Bang! Ling Xiao's body flew backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After retreating a few meters, he barely managed to stop himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lao Fanqing. 1 move. For more moves. Scoundrel. Scoundrel, don't hit big brother. Xia Xianxian wanted to rush out to stop Lao Fanqing, but Wu Siming held her back and didn't allow her to go out. Wu Siming also wanted to go out and help. Although she was simple-minded, she wasn't a brainless woman. Since Ling Xiao dared to accept his opponent's attack, it proved that he had the confidence to take it. Good, you can still stand up. Second move. Lao Fanqing replied. He was extremely pleased. There was actually someone so stupid that he didn't fight back and allowed him to hit him like a wooden pole. It was just the right time for him to show off his might. In the second move, a golden light shot out from Lao Fanqing's hand and roared towards Ling Xiao. It looks like he's already used 100% of his strength in this move. That kid will probably be crippled even if he doesn't die. I really don't understand. He's actually going against the Lao family for a lowly commoner. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Maybe this guy is just a lowly wretch. That's good too. There's one less person in the election, so we have a better chance. The youths who were watching from the side were discussing in low voices. The second move directly hit Ling Xiao's chest. The clothes on his body were torn apart, and he was sent flying again. This is the consequence of offending me. Lao Fanqing looked at Ling Xiao who was lying on the ground and laughed. He thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die from this move. After all, he had already used 100% of his strength. Even a high-level mystic cultivator would be seriously injured after taking this move. Again. Ling Xiao staggered as he crawled up. Big brother. Xia Xuanxuan's lively eyes kept flowing with tears. Finally, she bit the back of Wu Sixue's hand and struggled out of her grip. She ran to Ling Xiao's side. Hua Xiaogui took out a few elixirs and handed them over. Boss, you have to hold on. Ling Xiao rejected Hua Xiaogui's elixirs and said weakly. Pull Xianxian away. I can still hold on. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Xiao's determined eyes and sighed. She carried Xia Xianxian and walked to the side. I didn't expect you to be so tough. But this is interesting, Lao Fanqing said with a cruel expression. In fact, he was actually shocked. Could it be that this guy is wearing a defensive armor? He actually took a full blow from me and didn't die. Then the third and fourth moves were aimed at Ling Xiao's vital parts. Boom boom. Ling Xiao flew far away like a cannonball. Haha, damn bastard, you're dead now. Lao Fanqing laughed proudly. Who would have thought that his laughter would only get halfway through before he was forcefully swallowed back down. Ling Xiao was like an undying cockroach again, walking miraculously. There's still one more move. Come on, Ling Xiao said with difficulty. Chapter 158. This guy's too abnormal. He's not dead even after that. Perhaps this guy is wearing a high-grade defensive armor. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead after receiving such a powerful attack. That's possible. Unless he uses a weapon, he really won't die. The surrounding people began to discuss in confusion again. Hua Xiaogui was more and more impressed with Ling Xiao. Boss is indeed boss. His undying spirit is worth learning. Wu Xishua's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light, mixed with some worry. Only Xia Xianxian felt terrible for her big brother. Ling Zhao's figure would forever be imprinted in Xia Xuanxuan's heart. In a corner, a beautiful figure was also watching everything that was happening. There was a faint chill around her that made people not dare to get close. Damn it, you must be wearing a defensive armor. Otherwise, you can't be fine. This agreement doesn't count. Lao Fanqing shouted with an ashen face. Even a high-grade mystic cultivator wouldn't be able to stand up after taking a few blows from him. But this guy was getting up again and again. It was too detestable. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He put one hand on his chest and pulled off his clothes, revealing his well-defined chest muscles. Some of the young girls couldn't help but exclaim and turn their blushing faces away. Yu Lian, the forthright girl who had come with Ling Xiao, stared directly at Ling Zhao's chest muscles. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "Hey, I didn't expect this whitey to have some muscles. They look quite sturdy. He's not injured even after a few blows." Yu Lian might look carefree and forthright, but she was actually very meticulous. She immediately noticed that there were no wounds on Ling Zhao's chest. She spoke softly, but it attracted the attention of the people around her. For a moment, they all fell into deep thought. Even the great young master of the Lao family is going back on his word? Ling Xiao asked weakly. Lao Fanqing looked at the half-naked Ling Xiao, and his expression changed. He was puzzled as to how this guy was still alive. He must be struggling on his deathbed. Yes, he must be struggling on his deathbed. I don't believe that you can't be beaten to death. Lao Fanqing clenched his fists together and raised them high into the sky. A golden light that was like a pillar of pearls shot into the sky. For a moment, the entire place was sparkling and sparkling, looking extremely spectacular. Golden fist double strike. Lao Fanqing's entire body was suffused with a golden glow. With a loud shout, 12 layers of metal attribute attacks condensed from his fists flooded towards Ling Xiao. This move caused even the surrounding young experts to become solemn. Clearly, they were all wondering if they would be able to withstand this move if they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes. The surrounding air hissed as it was sliced by the golden light. Facing this move, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be moved at all. It was just that the expression in his eyes was too strange. On his naked skin, traces of golden color quietly appeared. Those who did not look closely would only think that this was a normal skin color. In fact, this was a sign that Ling Xiao was using the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Boom! The golden light violently bombarded on Ling Xiao's body, and Ling Xiao flew out like a cannonball again. Everyone thought that this time, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Lao Fanqing breathed heavily, then took out a medicinal pill from his arms and swallowed it. Obviously, the blow just now had exhausted all the xianqi in his body. Damn trash die. Lao Fanqing said coldly. Hua Xiaogui carried Xia Xianxian and ran towards Ling Xiao, and Wu Xixue also followed. Young master, let's go. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for Purple Sky Sect. The old man reminded Lao Fanqing. Purple Sky City allowed the young generation to compete freely, but it didn't mean that they were allowed to kill each other. Therefore, the old man was afraid that Purple Sky Sect would intervene in this matter, and it wouldn't be good if things got out of hand. Well, since this kid has been killed, this young master's anger has been vented. Let's go. Lao Fanqing nodded and prepared to leave with the old man. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao, who was thought to be dead, got up again. It can't be. Did this guy cultivate the immortal deity technique? He actually didn't die. He probably cultivated some kind of defensive technique. It's too abnormal. No wonder he dared to take 5 moves, so he came prepared. I think it should be that guy from the Lao family is too weak. If it was me, I would have directly pinched him to death. Boss, are you alright? Hua Xiaogui asked with concern, wanting to help Ling Xiao up. Unexpectedly, Wu Xixue, who was at the side, took a step forward to support Ling Xiao, and asked worriedly, Ling Xiao, are you alright? Don't worry, I won't die. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He rested his head on Wu Xixue's thigh, and a burst of young girl's body fragrance came over, causing his heart to ripple. He hurriedly said in his heart, I can't bully my friend's wife. No, she's not even my friend's wife. It shouldn't be a crime to take her. Everyone else thought that Ling Xiao was an idiot, actually daring to take 5 moves from someone else. But who knew that Ling Xiao was not an idiot, and was instead extremely intelligent? If he didn't have something to rely on, he definitely wouldn't have made such a request. And he wasn't a masochist. This was because he could rely on the Vajra 5 transformation technique to take a full blow from a low-level spirit master. While Lao Fanqing was only a mid-level spirit disciple, so Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid. That mouthful of blood was just a trick that Ling Xiao had put on to deceive people. This way, Lao Fanqing would be discouraged and he wouldn't have to fight. At the same time, it was equivalent to cultivating the Vajra 5 rigidity technique. Using this method to protect Xian was indeed a very perfect method. Lao Fanqing hadn't gone far when he heard the commotion from the crowd, and he turned back to see that Ling Xiao had actually stood up again, and he didn't look like he was heavily injured, and he was even smiling mischievously. Lao Fanqing's heart instantly felt very stifled. "Young master, if you can't bear it, you'll end up in chaos," the elder at the side said softly to Lao Fanqing. F***CK. You're playing me like a monkey, you're courting death. Lao Fanqing was furious. He felt that Ling Xiao was definitely playing with him by pretending to be injured, and his anger instantly blinded his reason. "What are you doing? Don't tell me that young Master Lao's words don't count?" Ling Xiao pretended to be heavily injured and said lightly in Wu Sishua's arms. F***CK your mother, you dare to pretend to be dead in front of me, I'll let you die. The more Lao Fanqing looked at Ling Xiao's expression, the more he felt that he was mocking him. The longsword in his hand instantly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. "Stop!" 2 delicate voices sounded at the same time, but it was a pity that Lao Fanqing still stabbed forward, and a golden light suddenly appeared. A murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he didn't care about pretending to be injured anymore. F***CK, you actually dare to scold my mother? Ling Xiao broke free from Wu Sishua's embrace, and instantly dodged Lao Fanqing's longsword. He grabbed Lao Fanqing's hand with one hand, and the other heavily punched the bridge of Lao Fanqing's nose. Ah! Lao Fanqing took a punch, and his nose started to bleed. Ling Xiao didn't let it go just like that, and he continued to throw a few punches at Lao Fanqing. "Stop!" The spirit master from the Lao clan instantly appeared between the two of them, and he wanted to attack Ling Xiao to save his young master. "Scram, or else I'll kill him." Ling Xiao flipped his hand and grabbed Lao Fanqing's neck, raising him in front of him to prevent the old man from launching a sneak attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what was going on with this guy? He was clearly half dead just now, but now he suddenly became fierce again. Could it be that the Lao clan's young master's attacks were just for show? "Brat, do you know the consequences of your actions?" The old man exerted pressure on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's ability to withstand pressure was not the same as it was in the past, and he didn't feel the pressure of a spirit master. Old man, you should know that it was your family's young master who went back on his words. Can you blame me for this?" Ling Xiao coldly snorted at the old man. At the same time, he was on guard with his mental strength. As long as this old man dared to make a move, he wouldn't let him have an easy time even if both sides were injured. If you have the guts, then my Lao clan won't let you off," Lao Fanqing said with great difficulty and anger. "Blind impatience." Ling Xiao roared, and his fist landed heavily on Lao Fanqing's back, causing him to let out another miserable shriek. "Just what do you want?" the old man asked with an ashen face. The clan had sent him out to take care of his young master, and of course, they didn't want anything to happen to Lao Fanqing before the election. Now that an unknown brat had threatened him and beaten up his young master, he immediately felt that he had lost all face, and at the same time, slapped the Lao clan in the face. "What do I want?" I've already told him clearly just now. He didn't know what was good for him. Ling Xiao said angrily, and then said, "Bring something to redeem him, or else we'll break up." Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart. He originally thought that everyone was at peace, and he didn't want to fight and kill. It was all forced by this guy, so he might as well do it to the extreme and extort a sum of money. The old man narrowed his eyes and said faintly, Brat, leave a line and everything, and we'll meet again in the future. Who doesn't know the prestige of our Lao clan here? Do you really want to fight to the death with our Lao clan? Haha, it seems like this is the Purple Heaven City. Don't tell me that you guys treat the Purple Heaven City as your backyard, and don't even put the sect in your eyes? If it wasn't for you guys going too far, why would I do this? Cut the crap, third stage spirit grass, Xian grade, or Xian crystal. As long as you can take out something that satisfies me, I'll immediately let him go. However, the things you guys take out better look, or else your Lao clan's young master will feel that his life is cheap. Ling Xiao laughed loftily. At this moment, the surrounding younger generation all felt that Ling Xiao's actions were unwise. They felt that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. He was actually trying to be brave. He was afraid that the Lao clan would take revenge on him. At that time, some of the young girls would cast glances at Ling Xiao, thinking that a man should have this kind of heroic and timid attitude. In any case, they didn't like it. Wu Sixue's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. Didn't she like this kind of man who was bold and humorous? Hua Xiaogui, who was at the side, noticed Wu Sixue's abnormality and felt extremely bitter in his heart. Boss, you won't even let your sister-in-law go. You're really not human. Are you sure you want to become enemies with our Lao clan? The old man asked again. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't take out the item within 3 breaths of time, then you can collect his corpse, Ling Xiao said impatiently. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar. Who dares to cause trouble here? Chapter 159. An old man wearing a black robe arrived in front of everyone in a few leaps. This person's appearance was ordinary, but his body was surrounded by an unfathomable aura. His strength was truly unfathomable, and every move he made produced pressure. This person was at least at the peak of the spirit master level. No one in the younger generation recognized this person, but the surrounding people of the Purple Sky City immediately called out in unison. Greetings, Lord Ji. The old man from the Lao clan obviously recognized the person, and cupped his hands towards the black-robed old man. Greetings, Lord Ji. The black-robed old man was the city lord of the Purple Sky City, the deacon of the Purple Sky sect. Tuesday G2 nodded towards the old man from the Lao clan, glanced at Ling Xiao and Lao Fanqing, and said faintly, "What's going on?" Just as the old man from the Lao clan wanted to speak, a steward who came out of the restaurant came forward and whispered into G2's ear. G2's old eyes swept across Ling Xiao's body, and his brows slightly furrowed. Then he responded to the steward and waved his hand to let him go. Let him go, and this matter ends here, G2 said indifferently in a tone that could not be refused. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then pushed Lao Fanqing towards the old man from the Lao clan. Cough cough. Lao Fanqing coughed a few times, then immediately turned his head and threw a venomous gaze at Ling Xiao, scolding. Damn bastard, you dare to hit me. If I let you walk out of the Purple Sky City alive, I won't be surnamed Lao. Uncle Ning go. Shut up, say one more word and immediately scram. G2 shouted coldly at Lao Fanqing. Lao Fanqing's words clearly showed that he did not put the Purple Sky sect in his eyes, and did not put him, the city lord of the Purple Sky City, in his eyes. He actually dared to claim that he wanted to kill someone under his eyes. If he was allowed to threaten others like this, then where would the prestige of the Purple Sky sect be? Wouldn't it make the hearts of the young people present turn cold? But Lao Fanqing had been pampered since he was young, so how could he remember that this was the Purple Sky City and not their Burning Earth City? He still wanted to say something, but the old man from the Lao clan quickly said, Young master, let's go back first. Lord Ji, we will take our leave. The old man from the Lao clan didn't say anything and pulled Lao Fanqing away. Then G2 said in a clear voice, There are still 5 days until the sect election. Whoever dares to cause trouble in these 5 days will immediately be disqualified from the election. With that, G2 glanced at Ling Xiao once more and left. What a big loss. I thought I could make some good luck, Ling Xiao said with some resentment after the others left. The surrounding people almost fell when they heard this. And gee, this guy was really reckless. Did he really not know the strength of the Lao family? Boss, are you really alright? I have some medicinal pills here, asked Hua Xiaogui. It's fine. I didn't expect you to be such a good friend. From now on, you're my brother. Once we get to the sect, I'll protect you. Ling Xiao patted his chest. What about me? Wu Xixue asked with a smile. Of course you're my little sister. If anyone bullies you, come and find me. I'll help you beat him up, Ling Xiao replied after hesitating for a moment. He couldn't hurt Turtle's confidence anymore. Hearing this, Wu Xixue's expression became gloomy for no reason. Let's go, Turtle. Let's drink. Ling Xiao picked up Xia Xianxian and patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder. Boss, I don't know how to drink, Hua Xiaogui said embarrassedly. Are you still a man? You don't even know how to drink. I really admire you, Ling Xiao said snappily. At that moment, a sweet voice sounded out. I wonder if you can treat me to a drink as well. The one who spoke was Yu Laiyan, who came with Ling Xiao. Her figure was comparable to Wei Dyer's. She was plump and voluptuous, and it was difficult to conceal her wild allure under the silk. Her slender thighs were slightly closed, and they looked rather powerful. It was easy for one's imagination to run wild, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with a captivating brilliance. Since Sister Yan has spoken, Ling Xiao will naturally be happy. Ling Xiao looked straight at Yu Laiyan. Yu Laiyan smiled. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go in. After saying that, Ling Xiao carried Xia Xianxian into the restaurant again. Hua Xiaogui was half a step behind Wu Xixue as they walked in together. Vixen. Wu Xixue saw that Ling Xiao was calling Yu Laiyan so affectionately, and she grumbled to herself in her heart. Xiao Shui, why bother with this person? He won't have a good ending if he offends the Lao family. Xia Hoshi, who was in the same city as Wu Xixue, quietly walked over to Wu Xixue and whispered. None of your business, Wu Xixue replied angrily and caught up with Ling Xiao and the others. Xia Hoshi frowned and clenched his fists. Stinking woman, sooner or later you and your Wu family will be mine. In another restaurant, Lao Fanqing took a pill and sat on the bed to meditate. Under the powerful effect of the pill, Lao Fanqing finally felt much better. Just now, he had been punched by Ling Xiao, and it was really painful. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had shown mercy, or else he would have died a long time ago. Ningbo, I can't take this lying down. Lao Fanqing said to the old man beside him angrily. I know, but now is not the time to act rashly. G2 has already said that no one is allowed to cause trouble in Purple Sky City, so please bear with it for a few days. The old man called Ningbo replied. Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Lao Fanqing said as he slapped the edge of the bed. Ningbo thought for a moment and said, how about I secretly kill him tonight? When he dies, I believe that G2 can't do anything about it. At that time, as long as the young master doesn't admit it, he won't be able to do anything to you. I believe that the Purple Sky sect won't make a big fuss over a disciple who came to participate in the election. Yes, let's do that. This damned bastard must not be allowed to see tomorrow's sun. Right, and that brat, kill him as well. Lao Fanqing said darkly. If we do this, I can't stay by the young master's side. After killing him, I must immediately return to Blazing Land City, Ningbo said. What does it matter? Don't I still have Lao Li and Lao Kai by my side? Lao Fanqing replied. Then I will help the young master vent his anger tonight. Ningbo nodded and said. Good, when I return to the family, I will definitely ask my father to reward you. Lao Fanqing laughed happily, as if he had already seen the tragic deaths of Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian. In the east direction of the Purple Sky City, there were many giant peaks that rose from the ground. Lush green trees covered the sky, and countless flowers and strange grasses emitted bursts of rich fragrance. Occasionally, a few spirit cranes flew over, adding a bit of a moving color. On the waist of those giant peaks, there were majestic, simple, and dignified jade buildings built on them. They were like pavilions in the sky, but also like immortal palaces in the sky, causing people to gasp in amazement. This was the location of the Purple Sky Sect, a treasure land filled with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In a courtyard deep in the boudoir, a white-clothed girl who was like a fairy in the mortal world was meditating on a lotus altar. Her dignified appearance caused people to not have the slightest bit of blasphemy. A burst of light footsteps came from outside the courtyard, causing the girl who was meditating to wake up. A pair of ethereal eyes, like the stars, clear and flawless. A middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt came out of the courtyard, bowed and said softly, "Miss Emoku is back." "How did it go?" the girl asked in a voice that sounded like a heavenly messenger. "He won the position of chief, and we have already brought him to the Purple Sky City," the blue-robed middle-aged man replied. "That's good. You can go now. Remember not to spread this matter," the girl said indifferently. "Yes." The blue-robed middle-aged man responded, bowed and retreated. The girl walked in front of a peach tree, her beautiful eyes flowing with gentleness, and softly said, "I have already given you the opportunity. I wonder if you can grasp it?" After a period of bustle, the restaurant returned to peace. Ling Xiao and Yu Lian fought for no less than 5 jars of wine, but the girl was actually not drunk at all, while Wu Xixue was unconscious after drinking 3 jars of wine. Hua Xiaogui was even worse, and she was drunk after drinking less than half a jar of wine. "You look like Xiaobai. I didn't expect you to be able to drink so much. I Lian, like men like you." Yu Lian looked straight at Ling Xiao and said. It was unknown whether it was because she drank too much or because she was shy, but her charming face was flushed red, making her look even more charming. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he met Yu Lian's gaze with a smile. "Sister Yan, are you confessing to me? It is my Ling Xiao's good fortune to be liked by Sister Yan. Come, let's drink again." "Haha. Are you trying to get me drunk? Aren't you afraid of Sister Xiao Shui getting angry?" Yu Lian licked her jade lips with a smile. This action made all the young men's Adam's apple move, and their eyes bulged out. The fire in their eyes was about to spit out. They were all secretly exclaiming, "This woman is really a demon." "Sister Yan, what you said is wrong. This little brother is very pure and definitely won't have any dirty thoughts," said Ling Xiao. Everyone knew that what he said was not true. "Is that so? That's a pity. I thought you wanted to go watch the moon with me tonight," Yu Lian said in a sweet voice, her charming eyes filled with seductive charm. Ling Xiao's body inexplicably became hot. "Oh my god, this is bad. If this continues, I will provoke the fire in my body." Ling Xiao hurriedly operated the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi to suppress the rising flames of desire. "Since Sister Yan is so sincere, I'll naturally risk my life to accompany you." Ling Xiao put on an extremely delicate expression. "Seeing that you're in such a difficult position, I won't make things difficult for you." "Sigh, it's so hard to find a friend to watch the moon with," Yu Lian sighed. "Don't be like that, Sister Yan. This little brother is sincere," Ling Xiao hurriedly said. "Haha, then that'll depend on whether or not you're sincere in the future. I'm drunk, so I'm going back to my room to rest." Yu Lian smiled beautifully, twisting her waist like a snake as she walked away. Ling Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "This girl is really strange." Looking at the surrounding men, he saw that all of them were looking in Yu Lian's direction, as if even their souls had been hooked out. At night, Ling Xiao let Xia Xianxian sleep on the wooden bed, while he sat on a chair and fell into deep thought. How should I settle this girl? Ling Xiao pondered. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a killing night. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the roof of Ling Xiao's house without anyone noticing. Chapter 160. Ling Xiao took Lao Fanqing's 5 moves head-on, but he wasn't completely unscathed. Some hidden injuries that couldn't be healed in time would cause a lot of damage in the future. Now that the Vajra 5 transformation technique had advanced to the 3rd transformation, organs refinement, it was just that he lacked spirit herbs and medicinal pills to assist in his cultivation, so he stopped there. However, this was enough for Ling Xiao to completely recover from this small injury. Golden Xian energy flowed through Ling Xiao's meridians that looked like they were made of gold. Among them was a third of the green glow, which nourished his limbs and organs. If Ling Xiao looked inside, he would be surprised to find that those meridians actually contained the wood attribute. Very soon, the damaged muscles were repaired at an extremely fast speed. and the repaired muscles were glowing with a golden light, appearing extremely mystical and holy, faintly emitting the noble aura of an emperor. After the injuries on his body were completely healed, Ling Xiao began to meditate on his mental strength again. He had already tasted the pleasure of killing people easily with the mind-controlling art. He knew that he had to quickly master the first stage of skill manipulation, to have an extra layer of protection. He knew that the Lao clan would definitely not let this go. Although he still didn't know how strong the Lao clan was, looking at their arrogant behavior, they definitely had something to rely on. Outside, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. This place wasn't like Meteor City. He was all alone. Even if something happened, there wouldn't be anyone to help, so it was better to be careful. The sea of consciousness gradually spread to the surroundings. Nothing within a radius of 100 meters could escape Ling Xiao's senses. This was the benefit of cultivating mental strength. His senses were 10 times stronger than before. If his sea of consciousness condensed mental liquid, nothing within a radius of 500 meters could escape his senses. By then, he could kill a Mystic Knight-level expert with just mental strength. Even a Spirit Master-level expert would be heavily injured. As the mental strength spread to the extreme, Ling Xiao slowly retracted it. Just as it was about to return, an ominous premonition hit him. Ling Xiao opened his eyes that were filled with light. His breathing didn't change as he looked at the roof. That almost inaudible voice fell into his ears, causing him to become vigilant and ready to act at any time. Just when the people on the roof were about to attack, Ling Xiao took the initiative and the scorching flame sword instantly appeared in his hand from his space ring. Raising his head, he stabbed towards the roof. Ling Xiao had been accumulating strength for this sword strike for a long time. Moreover, it was a surprise attack, so its power was frightening. Crack! In an instant, the roof was blasted into a huge hole. The black figure on the roof didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to determine his position. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and narrowly avoided Ling Xiao's sword. What a cowardly scoundrel! Ling Xiao cursed and leaped up. The black shadow knew that he had been exposed and did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rushed out of the city. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before chasing after them. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant knew that something had happened. Several figures jumped onto the roof. They watched as Ling Xiao chased after them. Most of them sneered. Since he dared to commit such a crime, his hands must be extremely tough. If he chased after him rashly, I'm afraid that he will only die. Yu Lian pursed her red lips and muttered to herself. What a reckless fellow! In another direction, a cold and elegant figure frowned slightly. She actually jumped towards Ling Xiao's roof and fell into Ling Xiao's room through the big hole in the roof. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Two silhouettes leaped from roof to roof. Ling Xiao chased with all his might, but the black figure seemed to deliberately slow down, allowing Ling Xiao to catch up. Not long after, the two of them arrived in the wilderness outside the city. Haha, I didn't think that you would dare to chase after me. Tonight will be the day of your death. The masked man laughed and turned around to send a palm towards Ling Xiao. A huge green palm pressed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung the fiery sword in his hand and instantly tore the green palm apart. Good boy, you actually have a Xian weapon. That's great. The masked man's eyes revealed a look of greed. He lightly shouted and sent out a few more powerful palms. Each palm made a crackling sound as it tore through the air. F***ck me. Ling Xiao screamed, retreating again and again, the fiery sword in his hand swinging wildly. Boom! Ling Xiao was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his tiger head was numb from the impact. Is this the strength of a spirit master? It really is scary. Ling Xiao murmured as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'll give you two choices. One is to hand over the Xian weapon and leave you with an intact corpse. Two is that I kill you and take the Xian weapon. However, I won't leave you with an intact corpse. The masked man said sinisterly. Old dog Lao, why hide your head but show your tail? My life is here. Come and take it if you have the ability. Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he circulated the Xian force in his body to the extreme. The 365 meridians that had all been open flowed with abundant Xian force. Very quickly, his fluctuating aura calmed down. In an instant, Ling Xiao's aura was raised to its peak. He decided to personally go all out against this spirit master, to see if his strength was enough to contend against him. Actually, he still had little gold and prodigal child on his spirit beast wristband. However, he wanted to increase his own strength through battle. This was also the fastest way to increase his strength. The masked man tore off the black cloth covering his face, and revealed his original appearance. It was indeed the old man beside Lao Fanqing. Since you know it's me, you can die in peace. The old man from the Lao clan snorted coldly, and sent out a few palm strikes. Each palm strike contained powerful spirit power. Even a high-level Xian cultivator would die under this palm strike. Ling Xiao's expression was serious as the flaming sword in his hand scattered out countless flames. Rumble. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a third-rank Xian weapon in his hand. Each sword strike was comparable to the strength of a low-level spirit master. The old man from the Lao clan was also a low-level spirit master. When they clashed, Ling Xiao was still able to hold his ground. However, he would definitely lose if he defended for a long time. The old man from the Lao clan took advantage of the time when Ling Xiao was blocking his moves to turn into a phantom and flash towards Ling Xiao's side. Go die. The old man from the Lao clan smiled proudly and fiercely slapped Ling Xiao's waist. Ah! Ling Xiao flew back dozens of meters. Blood splattered and a few of his ribs were broken. The old man from the Lao clan slowly walked over. His expression wasn't careless at all. After all, he saw Ling Xiao take 5 moves from his young master and was fine. He was afraid that Ling Xiao was faking his death. Ling Xiao circulated the 2 Xian techniques and madly cultivated his heavily injured body. This old man is really powerful. Looks like I can only use spirit power to attack him. Ling Xiao lay on the ground and thought. When the old man from the Lao clan was about to reach him, Ling Xiao shot forward and sent out a few strikes with the flaming sword in his hand. Every strike emitted a powerful flame as it flew towards the old man from the Lao clan. The old man from the Lao clan revealed a smile. He didn't dodge and took Ling Xiao's move head-on. Rumble. After the sword strike dissipated, the old man from the Lao clan took a few steps back. A green glow wrapped around his body. Netherworld armor. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. This was the defensive energy unique to spirit masters. It could block attacks from those of the same level, or below and be unharmed. I've let you jump around for so long. It's time to send you on your way. The old man from the Lao clan said faintly. He opened his palms and a green glow gathered between them. The green glow grew bigger and bigger, and the aura became stronger. Ling Xiao only felt a terrifying threat in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and the flaming sword in his hand once again shone brightly. A dragon flame courageously roared towards the old man from the Lao clan. A struggle before death. The old man from the Lao clan laughed in disdain. He jumped up from the ground and dodged Ling Xiao's sword strike. His pressure locked Ling Xiao in place. The green glow in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, and shot towards Ling Xiao with unparalleled speed. Ling Xiao couldn't escape from the Lao family's old man's control. He thought, oh no, his body couldn't move at all as he was engulfed by the green glow. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body was thrown far away, and the raging flame in his hand flew out. It looked like he was going to die soon. You should be proud that a little mystic cultivator can make me use my full strength. The old man from the Lao clan smiled, and went over to pick up Ling Xiao's flaming sword. It's a really good sword. It's a pity it's a fire attribute. But it doesn't matter. I can use it to exchange for a wood attribute Xian weapon. In the future, my position in the clan will also rise a bit. The old man from the Lao clan muttered as he looked at the flaming sword. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was thought to be dead, jumped up again. Condensed needle stab. Ling Xiao shouted and released his mental power. The invisible mental power turned into needles, and rushed towards the old man's sea of consciousness. Ah! The old man was caught off guard, and felt like his brain was being pierced by thousands of needles. It made him extremely uncomfortable. The flaming sword in his hand fell out of his hand, and he held his head with both hands while screaming. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to drag his heavily injured body and dashed towards him at high speed. The third style of wind god kick, torrential gale. With a tap of his leg, the tip of his foot poured out like a torrential storm. The leg force was as fierce as a gale. The leg shadows were mixed with black wind blades as it swept towards the old man from the Lao clan who was in pain. Bang bang bang. The old man from the Lao clan didn't have any ability to resist. The leg shadows all landed on his body. The wind stopped and the shadow stopped. Many parts of the old man's body were dented by the footprints. The injured skin still contained the corrosive nature of the Khanate In Wind Baneful Qi. It was slowly eating away at the old man's identity. Quick. Quick, kill me. The old man from the Lao clan rolled on the ground. His sea of consciousness was in a mess, and his muscles were being corroded by the baneful qi. The double torture made him want to die. At this moment, he only wanted to end his life as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao wasn't any better than him. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were getting darker. Poof. Ling Xiao felt that his consciousness was blurring. He quickly bit his lips to maintain his last bit of consciousness. Then he took out the muscle rejuvenation pill and qi recovery pill and immediately swallowed them. Then he picked up the flaming sword on the ground and dragged his heavily injured body back to the city. After the old man from the Lao clan was tortured, only a set of clothes was left on the ground. All his flesh and bones were corroded by the Khanate In Wind Baneful Qi. Even the surrounding weeds had withered. If someone were to see this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Chapter 161. Ling Xiao dragged his seriously injured body back to his room and fell unconscious. If he hadn't cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, he would have died on the spot after being hit by the Lao family elder twice. Even so, he still suffered very heavy injuries, and his internal organs were all shattered. Fortunately, he took the elixir in time. The 3 parts restoration technique and the Vajra 5 transformation technique were running on their own, and the elixir's power was quickly divided. Unfortunately, he lost too much blood and fainted. Without consciousness, the absorption speed of the 2 mysterious techniques slowed down, and the recovery was naturally much slower. Ling Xiao didn't know that there was another person in his room besides Xia Xianxian. If it was an enemy, Ling Xiao might not be able to see tomorrow's sun. Sister, how is big brother? Please save him. Xia Xianxian was awakened when Ling Xiao broke the roof and chased after the Lao family elder. Next to her was the cool girl who had helped Xia Xianxian in the restaurant today. The girl was dressed in a simple white satin dress. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was smooth like cream. There was a faint cold air around her, making people not dare to get close to her. The girl in white touched Xia Xuanxuan's head, and then bent down to check on Ling Xiao's injury. The girl in white took Ling Xiao's pulse and frowned slightly. Then, she took out 2 elixirs and forced them into Ling Xiao's mouth. Xianxian, don't worry. Your big brother will get better after some rest, the girl in white said to Xia Xianxian. In fact, she didn't know if Ling Xiao could live through the night. She had just checked Ling Xiao's body and found that Ling Xiao's body was extremely weak. His internal organs were all displaced. If it was an ordinary person, they would have no chance of survival. It was a miracle that Ling Xiao could still maintain his breath. She couldn't bear to make Xia Xianxian sad, so she told a white lie to deceive her. Oh, then I'll stay here to look after big brother until he gets better. Xia Xianxian sat next to Ling Xiao and looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. In fact, although she was young, she was still very smart. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was covered in wounds, she knew that her big brother was seriously injured. The girl in white saw that Xia Xianxian was so persistent and didn't say anything else. She just glanced at Ling Xiao on the ground, and then sat on the bed to meditate. After some time, Xia Xianxian, who was sitting next to Ling Xiao, gradually became sleepy and finally fell asleep sitting. While lying on the ground, Ling Xiao's body began to change. A golden glow slowly rose from his body. The glow grew larger and larger until it illuminated the entire room. The white-robed girl who was meditating sensed that something was wrong. She opened her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao, who was wrapped in golden light. She opened her mouth slightly and looked surprised. At this time, Ling Xiao was in the process of self-recovery. At this time, Ling Xiao was repairing himself. Previously, he had taken his own elixir, and the white-clothed girl had given him 2 more. The powerful elixir was enough to support the absorption of the 2 great mysterious techniques. It was just that the speed was a little slow, but it was truly restoring and nourishing the muscles in his body. The profound energy that had long been drained was also replenished. Ling Xiao showed a strong vitality again. This was the magical effect of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The night passed quickly and Ling Xiao's body was extremely dazzling. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Oh! Ling Xiao opened his eyes slightly and let out a soft cry. "Big brother, you're awake!" Xia Xianxian immediately exclaimed. "Xianxian, why are you sitting here?" Ling Xiao said weakly. Although his body had recovered, he had lost a lot of blood, and his body was not at its best. "Big brother, you were injured last night. Sister Shui saved you," Xia Xianxian said. "Sister Shui?" Ling Xiao stood up and looked around the room. There was no one there. Xia Xianxian also turned around to look, but she didn't see the white-shirt sister. "She was here just now. Where did she go?" Xia Xianxian asked in confusion. "Okay, big brother got it. Xianxian, hurry up and sleep on the bed. Your dark eyes are like a big tabby cat. Big brother will get you something to eat later." Ling Xiao touched Xia Xuanxuan's head and said. Xia Xianxian nodded her head obediently, and climbed onto the bed to sleep. Ling Xiao looked at it with satisfaction, then sat down on the chair, and began to meditate again. After an hour, Ling Xiao woke up again. "Phew, that was dangerous. I almost died. Luckily I survived. After the election, I should be able to break through again." Ling Xiao let out a soft cry. It was too risky this time. If he had released the prodigal or Xiaojin earlier, he would not have had to suffer like this. But he did not regret it. Only by experiencing life and death battles could he accumulate more fighting experience and opportunities to break through. After the battle last night, Ling Xiao clearly felt that his bottleneck was loosening. His mid-level dark force had also reached the peak. As long as he adjusted his state of mind, he could try to break through to the high-level mystic realm. He had been in the mid-level mystic realm for more than half a year. If he had not put most of his energy into alchemy and training his mental power, he would have broken through to the high-level mystic realm. But there are gains and losses. Although he did not speed up his advancement, he felt that it was worth it to become a respected alchemist. Moreover, he could use mental power to attack. What a mistake! After Ling Xiao brought Xia Xianxian out of the room, many people saw Ling Xiao and were surprised. Their eyes were filled with doubt. "Good morning, boss. Let's go out for a walk today." Hua Xiaogui appeared in front of Ling Xiao and smiled. He was drunk last night, and slept soundly on the bed. He did not know that Ling Xiao was attacked. "No problem. But let's take care of my stomach first and make a few sets of clothes for Xianxian." Ling Xiao replied. "All right, let's go eat together." Hua Xiaogui agreed readily. Ever since Hua Xiaogui came out of the family, only Ling Xiao did not mind his identity as a mid-level profound practitioner. The others seemed to be unwilling to be associated with him. After all, most of the people in the family were experts of the mystic realm. He was the only one who was a profound practitioner. If others knew that he was an alchemist, he was afraid that they would rush to curry favor with him. After the meal, Ling Xiao found a tailor shop to make 5 sets of clothes for Xia Xianxian. Every set was made of high-quality satin. After Xia Xianxian changed into the clothes, she looked like a cute little princess. Her pink face was extremely lovable. She did not look like a beggar at all. "Xianxian, where is your home? Big brother will send you back, okay?" Ling Xiao hugged Xia Xianxian and asked softly. Yesterday when he saved Xia Xianxian, he did not ask where she lived. Now that his election was imminent, he could not bring Xia Xianxian along. He could only let her go home first and teach her cultivation when the time was right. Speaking of home, Xia Xuanxuan's small eyes were filled with tears. "Big brother, Xianxian does not have a home." Ling Xiao's heart ached for no reason. She was too similar to him in his previous life. They were both homeless orphans. He immediately wiped away the tears on her small face and said, "Don't cry. Big brother will bring you along and teach you cultivation in the future, okay?" Xia Xianxian stopped crying and looked at Ling Xiao and nodded firmly. Ling Xiao took Xia Xianxian and Hua Xiaogui to stroll around Purple Sky City. There were all kinds of shops here, and occasionally there were disciples wearing Purple Sky sect's martial robes, setting up stalls on the roadside. After some inquiry, Ling Xiao found out that these Purple Sky sect disciples were selling things they did not need. They did not want to sell them to shops, but chose to set up stalls in order to sell them at a good price. After all, there were many people coming and going in the Purple Sky City, and martial artists from all over the world would often come here to treasure. This was because there were many good things for sale here, such as spirit grass, weapons. If one was lucky and found something suitable for their own cultivation, then it would be worth it. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui looked around, just like country bumpkins entering the city. Looking at the things that were displayed, they were extremely curious. This is a blood star vine. Hua Xiaogui came to a stall and looked at a scarlet-red spirit grass in surprise. "Little brother, you have good eyesight. Second level low-level blood star vine, only 8,000 gold coins. If you want, I have a total of 3 here, only 16,000 gold coins." The man who set up the stall said. This man was about 30 years old, and had the strength of a high-level profound disciple. However, looking at the symbol of his martial robes, he should only be an outer sect disciple of the Purple Sky sect. This is too expensive. The blood star vine is worth at most 5,000 gold coins. I'll give you 3 for 13,000 gold coins. Hua Xiaogui was a first-grade alchemist, so he was very familiar with the price of these spirit grass. "Little brother, your price is too high. I took a risk to get it. If you really want 15,000 gold coins, then there is no other price." The man who set up the stall said, 13,000 is already the highest price in the market. Do you want to sell it or not? In any case, this blood star vine can only be used to refine pills. It's useless for ordinary people, Hua Xiaogui said. Ling Xiao looked at the dignified Hua Xiaogui. He felt that this guy looked weak and easy to bully, but it turned out that he had such a stubborn side. When he thought about how this guy stood by his side yesterday, Ling Xiao regarded him as a brother who would give his all. Seeing that Hua Xiaogui was so determined, the man shook his head and sold the 3 blood star vines to Hua Xiaogui. Blood star vines are not easy to find. If other alchemists saw them, it wouldn't be a problem to sell these 3 for 25,000 gold coins. It's a big profit. Hua Xiaogui said to Ling Xiao happily, and then put away the blood star vines. "I didn't expect you to really have a way. Come, let's go over there and take a look," Ling Xiao said, and then walked forward again. After walking for a while, Hua Xiaogui actually collected a lot of second-grade spirit grass. This guy bought them after killing for a while. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. If it was him, he would not bargain and directly leave after paying the gold coins. After walking for a short distance, Ling Xiao saw a sloppy young man with 2 small golden flowers in front of him. At first glance, it deeply attracted Ling Xiao's eyes. Golden orchid. Ling Xiao pulled Xia Xianxian and quickly walked in front of the sloppy young man. He looked at the 2 small golden flowers on the ground and exclaimed, "Boss, the golden orchid is not useful. Let's wait, let's go to the other side." Hua Xiaogui also looked at the golden orchid and felt that it was not interesting. He was afraid that Ling Xiao did not know about it, so he pulled him away. However, Ling Xiao stood still and asked the young man, "How much are these 2 flowers? I want them." Chapter 162. The 3rd level low golden orchid was a useless spirit grass in everyone's eyes. Everyone knew that it was a spirit grass that disguised itself as a metal type. The user's body would shine with a bright light, just like a spirit master's netherworld armor. This kind of disguise could scare off opponents below the spirit master level, but in reality, it couldn't increase the strength of a spirit master, so it could be said that it wasn't worth much. Hua Xiaogui thought that Ling Xiao didn't understand the characteristics of the golden orchid, so she pulled him away. Who knew that Ling Xiao would directly ask for the price, so she couldn't just leave. The sloppy young man raised his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "I don't need gold coins, I only want Xian crystals." Xian crystals? Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were both stunned. Normally, expensive spirit grass, Xian weapons, pills, and Xian techniques could be exchanged for Xian crystals, but the golden orchid in front of them didn't seem to be worth it. "Big brother, you really like to joke. The golden orchid doesn't seem to have that value." Ling Xiao looked at the sloppy young man and said, "Big brother, why are you paying attention to him? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Let's go look elsewhere." Hua Xiaogui said unhappily. The sloppy young man looked at Ling Xiao and said again, "Buy it or leave it." "What kind of attitude is that?" Hua Xiaogui said with disdain, and Ling Xiao was about to leave. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed Hua Xiaogui. But before he left, he gave the sloppy young man a meaningful look. He didn't plan on letting go of the golden orchid since it was very useful to him. Moreover, it wasn't common to find golden orchids. They didn't walk far before they found a high level 2 spirit grass. This time, Hua Xiaogui didn't have enough gold coins, so Ling Xiao bought it for 150,000 gold coins. Previously at the Luo clan's auction, Ling Xiao had used a level 3 wind grass to sell for more than 10 million gold coins. After deducting what he had at that time, he still had a few million gold coins left. He was now a rich man. After walking around, Ling Xiao sold quite a few level 2 spirit grasses. These were all essential spirit grasses for alchemy. Hua Xiaogui was surprised that Ling Xiao bought so many spirit grasses. "Boss, what type are you?" Hua Xiaogui asked. It's of the metal element." "Why?" Ling Xiao replied. "Then why did you buy so many spiritual herbs of the 5 elements?" Hua Xiaogui asked. Ling Xiao was of the metal attribute, so Hua Xiaogui did not feel anything wrong with him buying the metal attribute spiritual grasses, but Ling Xiao actually bought the 5 elemental spiritual grasses, which made him puzzled. Ling Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He did not plan to let others know of his identity as an alchemist for the time being. At this moment, the sloppy young man selling the golden orchids actually packed up his things and prepared to leave. Looking at the way he walked, he was actually lame. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. What a pity. He sensed that this sloppy young man had the cultivation of a high-level mystic cultivator. With his age, it should not be difficult for him to break through to the spirit master level in the future. Just as Ling Xiao was deep in thought, 4 ruffians walked over and blocked the sloppy young man's path with a playful smile on their faces. The freckled young man had a disgusting smile on his face and said, "Chi Hu, didn't I warn you yesterday not to set up a stall here? Did you forget?" The sloppy young man raised his eyes and avoided the freckled young man. He did not want to be entangled with him. However, the other party was obviously here to find trouble. Naturally, they would not let him go so easily. The freckled young man's companions blocked him again. "Chihu, don't pretend to be deaf and mute. Leave the golden orchids behind and maybe I will let you go. Otherwise hee." The freckled young man laughed sinisterly. "Get lost." The sloppy young man roared. His voice was very loud, like the roar of a tiger coming down the mountain, shocking people's hearts. Ling Xiao did not think that the sloppy young man's voice would be so terrifying. Even his soul felt like it was being hit. Could this be a lion's roar? No, it should be a tiger's roar. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. "Boss, let's go. It won't be good if we get into trouble." Hua Xiaogui pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes and said, "What's the rush? Look, the others are not leaving." Ling Xiao replied. None of the people who set up the stalls left. Instead, they all had smiles on their faces. They were not afraid that they would be implicated. "I gave you face but you don't want it. Break his other leg." The freckled young man said sinisterly. "Haha, if I knew you were Fan Ren's lackey, why did you have to find such a lowly excuse?" The sloppy young man laughed at the sky. His laughter was filled with sorrow and anger. "You are not worth the boss's attention. Go." The freckled young man waved his hand again. The other 3 young men immediately attacked the sloppy young man. The sloppy young man's reaction was also very fast. He tilted his face slightly, twisted his body, and dodged 2 attacks. His other fist collided head-on with one of the young men. The young man who collided head-on with him was only a middle-level mystic cultivator. He was instantly pushed back 5 steps. The sloppy young man did not seem to be better off. He staggered back 3 steps and almost fell. At this time, the 3 young men saw the opportunity and rushed forward. Even though the sloppy young man was a high-level mystic cultivator, one of his legs was not agile. He only managed to resist a few moves before he was suppressed by the 3 men. 2 of them were middle-level mystic cultivators, and 1 was low-level mystic cultivator. Their attacks all contained elemental attacks. Soon the sloppy young man was beaten to the ground. But he was tough enough. He did not even make a sound. Enough. Break his other leg. Don't appear in front of us again. Otherwise it won't be so easy next time. The freckled young man walked over and stepped on the sloppy young man's face. The people at the side were all watching the show. No one stepped forward to help. Just when one of them was about to break the sloppy young man's leg, a lazy voice sounded. What kind of man are you to bully a person who can't fight back? The one who stood out was Ling Xiao. He did not want to meddle in other people's business. Who asked him to urgently need the golden orchid? He had no choice but to be a good person for once. He sighed in his heart. It's good that it's a beauty. I can even get the reputation of a hero saving a beauty. The freckled young man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a disdainful smile, Brat, are you sure you want to meddle in other people's business? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Of course I'm afraid, but I just want his golden orchid. I don't know if you guys can part with it. Ling Xiao made a little scared gesture and said, Humph. Don't you know that you're snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Jianzi, knock out his front teeth for me. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense in the future. The freckled young man coldly snorted. As the outer sect disciples of the Purple Sky sect, their status was quite high. Most people recognized their martial clothes and did not dare to be presumptuous towards them. But now, a brat came out and talked nonsense. If they did not teach this brat a lesson, they were afraid that others would think that they were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A young man walked out, twisted his neck, and said with a sinister smile, Brat, come here. Grandpa will help you pull out your teeth. If you want to be my grandson, I'll think you're too young. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The young man's face darkened. Without saying anything, he punched towards Ling Xiao's lower jaw. The punch was like the wind, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Boss, be careful. Hua Xiaogui exclaimed from the side. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be smashed, he slowly raised one hand and grabbed the young man's hand. Then he punched out with the other. Ah! The young man's mouth was punched by Ling Xiao. Fresh blood splattered out of his mouth, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. Then Ling Xiao kicked his lower abdomen. The young man flew a few meters away like a dead dog. Although Ling Xiao and the young man were at the same level, Ling Xiao cultivated the powerful 3 parts return to origin Qi. He had already cultivated the first 2 levels, and his profound strength was comparable to a high-level profound practitioner. The young man in front of him was naturally not his opponent. All of you go. This brat is tired of living. The freckled young man frowned and called out to his other 2 companions. The 2 companions were not careless anymore. They each took out their weapons and greeted Ling Xiao. For a moment, the bystanders all hid far away. Hua Xiaogui also retreated with Xia Xianxian in his arms. Is Boss the legendary low-key madman who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hua Xiaogui thought doubtfully in his heart. His eyes were filled with admiration. The reason why Hua Xiaogui got close to Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao did not look down on him because of his low strength. The other reason was that he admired Ling Xiao's glib tongue. He had a deep understanding of it all the way to Purple Sky City. Now his impression of Ling Xiao deepened once again. Along the way to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao only chatted with him and Wu Xixue. He was very low-key like him, and did not have the slightest arrogance. However, after coming to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao exceeded his expectations. He actually caused trouble one after another, And his methods were very tough. It was as if he could never see how strong he was. Bang bang. The two young men who came up were knocked down by Ling Xiao in just a moment. Ling Xiao did not make a heavy hand. He just let them retreat. Big brother, do you want to fight again? Ling Xiao walked to the front of the pockmarked young man and asked with a smile, as if he had not fought with him just now. The pockmarked young man couldn't help but take a step back. He did not expect the strength of the young man in front of him to be so strong. He was only at the peak of the middle stage profound realm. Naturally, he did not dare to fight with the other party. You have to think clearly. We are the disciples of Purple Sky Sect. If you offend us, it is equivalent to offending our Purple Sky Sect. At that time, you will not be able to bear the consequences. The pockmarked young man said. Hee hee, trash like you are just trash at the bottom of the sect. Don't worry, I will also become a member of the sect in a few days. At that time, I will have to nag with several senior brothers. Ling Xiao said with a light smile, his eyes full of contempt. He did not expect that the disciples of Purple Sky Sect also had such trash. However, when he thought that as long as there were people, there would be struggles, so he did not pursue it further. In this continent, only the fist is hard is the hard truth. Are you a new disciple who came to participate in this year's election? The pockmarked young man was surprised. Of course, I will soon be able to call you senior brothers. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You offended us and still want to pass the election? You really don't know life from death. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to us to admit your mistakes, and then take out some good things to show filial piety to us. Maybe you will still have a chance to enter the sect. The pockmarked young man said, pretending to be deep. Okay, then I will give it to you. Watch carefully. Ling Xiao said with a smile, and without warning he slapped out a palm. Chapter 163. Pa. The pockmarked young man was sent flying by Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao still had a sense of propriety. He only broke the young man's nose and gave him a minor injury. Get lost, I won't argue with you for the sake of the sect. Right, don't forget my name is Lao Fanqing, Ling Xiao said lightly. This guy already considered himself a disciple of the Purple Sky Sect, because he had a strong confidence that he would enter the Purple Sky Sect. His wife was also inside. No matter what, he had to enter the Purple Sky Sect. He didn't think that these outer sect disciples in front of him had the ability to obstruct him from entering the Purple Sky Sect. You are also surnamed Lao? Good, you are very good. I don't think you can enter the sect. The pockmarked young man covered his painful face. After shouting a few words, he resentfully left with his people. Ling Xiao didn't know that the small character he thought would leave him a lot of trouble in a few days. Boss, why do you say you are Lao Fanqing? Hua Xiaogui asked in a low voice. This name is good, I borrowed it to use, Ling Xiao said and spread out his hands. Ahaha, I know you want to. Hua Xiaogui thought for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Before Hua Xiaogui finished speaking, Ling Xiao interrupted him and said, It's good that you know, don't be arrogant, we are low-key people. He boss, he's leaving. Hua Xiaogui laughed. Then she saw that sloppy young man crawl up, dragging his heavily injured body as he slowly walked away. Big brother, he is so pitiful, Xia Xianxian, who was in Hua Xiaogui's arms, looked at the sloppy young man and said with sympathy, Little turtle, you take Xianxian back to the restaurant first, I will go back later. Ling Xiao looked at the sloppy young man with a complicated look, and then said to Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui knew that Ling Xiao must be doing this for Jin Lanhua. So he nodded and left with Xia Xianxian. The sloppy young man was already lame, and after being beaten, his body was even worse. It was even more difficult for him to walk. However, Ling Xiao would not help him now, because he knew that this man had his own dignity and backbone. If he went over to help him now, he was afraid that he would hurt his self-esteem, and then he would not be able to achieve his goal. After walking for an hour, the sloppy young man arrived in front of a small, remote house. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? The sloppy young man said without turning his head. Aren't you going to invite me in? Ling Xiao didn't answer the question. The sloppy young man hesitated for a moment before opening the door and walking in. The door wasn't closed and the meaning was clear. Ling Xiao walked in. The house was very messy. There were wine bottles everywhere, and there was a strong stench. It was as if he had walked into a latrine pit. If it was someone else, they would probably turn around and leave immediately. But Ling Xiao's endurance was not bad, and he still had a light smile on his face. If you want Jinlanhua, take out 5 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and I will give them to you. The sloppy young man sat down against a corner wall, and as he spoke, he crushed some low-grade herbs and bound them to his wounds. Ling Xiao took out a bottle of dew-returning pill and handed it over. Use this, it will heal faster. Ling Xiao's sincerity was very sincere, and there was no trace of it being fake. The sloppy young man didn't stand on ceremony, and took 2 pills in a row. I have mysterious crystals, but you should understand that it can't cure your feet, Ling Xiao said to the sloppy young man. Ling Xiao seemed to have hit the sloppy young man's sore spot. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately said excitedly, "It can't cure my feet, but I can use it to exchange for 3rd-grade medicinal pills." Hearing this, Ling Xiao understood what he meant. This guy must have some unspeakable difficulties. You should know that Jinlanhua is not worth 5 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and no one will take it out to exchange with you, right? Ling Xiao said lightly. If you can't take out the mysterious crystals, then get out, the sloppy young man said bluntly. I just saved your life, so I can be considered your benefactor. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Ling Xiao asked. I didn't ask you to save me, and you did it for my Jinlanhua, the sloppy young man said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled playfully. This guy really had a character. He wanted him to be under his feet, and it was not bad to let him be his servant. For a person like this, the more stubborn he was, as long as he was willing to follow him, he would be a very loyal servant. You want the mysterious crystals to cure your feet? Ling Xiao asked again. However, the sloppy young man just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Ling Xiao didn't care and continued. If I have a way to give you a 3rd-grade muscle bone replenishing pill, I wonder if you will give me the Jinlanhua? The sloppy young man's tiger-like eyes shone, but he quickly calmed down and said, Why should I believe you? Because I am a 3rd-grade alchemist, Ling Xiao said with his hands behind his back. Huh? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You actually dare to use such words to deceive me. Get out of here. Even if I die, I won't give you the Jinlanhua. The sloppy young man laughed wildly as if he had heard a big joke. If this kid in front of him was a 3rd-grade alchemist, then there would be alchemists everywhere in this world. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring, as well as some spirit herbs. The sloppy young man's eyes widened as he stared at Ling Xiao's space ring, shock filling his eyes. He didn't expect that this young man would actually have such a rare treasure, and looking at the cauldron and spirit herbs he had taken out, it seemed that he really did have the appearance of an alchemist. Ling Xiao glanced at the sloppy young man disapprovingly, and then began to perform alchemy in front of him. After Ling Xiao threw the spirit herbs into the cauldron, the medicinal essence was quickly extracted. After more than half a year of hard work, Ling Xiao had already used the flame shadow palm 24 times, and his speed was extremely fast. If Meteorite City's alchemist Yuan Ping were to see Ling Xiao's current speed, he would likely die of embarrassment. When Ling Xiao competed with Yuan Ping, he didn't use his full speed, so as not to further damage Yuan Ping's confidence. Now, in order to make this sloppy young man completely believe in him, Ling Xiao didn't mind showing off his skills in front of him. As all the spirit herbs were extracted, a rich medicinal power filled the entire room. In less than half an hour, Ling Xiao had concocted a batch of medicinal pellets. The sloppy young man looked at everything Ling Xiao had done, and his heart had already set off a storm. Ling Xiao put away the pills and handed them to the sloppy young man. This is a muscle-warming pill. Take one every day to dredge your broken muscles and bones. Wait for me to find the main spirit herbs for refining the muscle and bone regeneration pill, ox tendon vine and yellow marrow grass. Then I'll help you refine the pill. The sloppy young man tremblingly stretched out his hands to receive Ling Xiao's muscle-warming pill. and his cold eyes finally showed a strange expression. He took a deep breath and immediately swallowed a muscle-warming pill. The muscle-warming pill was a Tier 2 pill. It had the effect of warming and nourishing the tendons, and could strengthen a martial artist's meridians, making them more tenacious and expanded. Before coming to the Purple Sky sect, Ling Xiao had already bought a large number of Tier 1 to Tier 2 spirit herbs from the Spirit Herb Hall, in case of emergencies. After taking the muscle-warming pill, the sloppy young man clearly felt that the medicinal power of the pill was taking effect, and the lame leg that had not felt for a long time had a slight swelling pain. After a while, the swelling pain disappeared, and he slightly felt that he could use a little bit of strength, which made him ecstatic. The sloppy young man looked up at Ling Xiao, hesitated for a moment, and immediately knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Master, I, Kuang-hu, have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. These 2 golden orchids are offered to Master. Please Master can refine the muscle and bone regeneration pill for me." This sloppy young man's original name was Li Kuang-hu. Don't misunderstand, he was not a member of Meteorite City's Li family, but came from a small and remote city. He was only 25 years old now. 3 years ago, he and Ling Xiao had come to participate in the Purple Sky sect's outer sect disciple election. In the process of participating in the election, he had offended Lao Fanren, who had participated in the election with him, and had his leg and hamstrings broken. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purple Sky sect didn't allow killing, he would have died at that time. In the past 3 years he had been too ashamed to return to his hometown, and had been wandering around the Purple Sky City, hoping that one day he would be able to recover his crippled leg and pull himself together. However, as far as he knew, in order to cure his crippled leg, he would have to have a Tier 3 pill, the bone regeneration pill. A pill that could reach the Tier 3 could only be found by chance, not by searching for it. Moreover, a Tier 3 pill could not be bought with gold coins, it could only be bought with profound crystals. Profound crystals were scarce everywhere, so Li Kuang-hu could only set up a stall with the 2 golden orchids he had obtained in his early years, hoping to exchange them for profound crystals. However, he knew that the golden orchids were not worth the profound crystals, but he was unwilling to give up. God pitied him and finally let him run into Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he could hold on. Perhaps before he could find the pill, he would be played to death by Lao Fanren's follower. Ling Xiao unceremoniously took the golden orchids and put them into the space ring. A Tier 3 pill is not so easy to refine. The 2 main spirit grasses are hard to find. You have to be prepared to wait for a long time. Ling Xiao said faintly, I know, no matter how long I wait. I am willing to wait. Master must help me." Li Kuang-hu saw hope again, and didn't care about any man's resentment. He kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao could really cure him. "Get up first." Ling Xiao helped Li Kuang-hu up, and immediately said, "Since I have already said it, of course I will refine it for you. But you should know that there is no free thing in this world, right? As long as Master is willing to save me, I, Li Kuang-hu, am willing to follow Master for life, go through water and tread on fire, and die 10,000 times." Li Kuang-hu said very seriously. "Good, from now on you are my servant," Ling Xiao replied with a smile, and then he said, "Don't worry, being my servant will not disgrace you. In the future, you will be proud of your choice." 3 of Ling Xiao's 5 most powerful servants in the future had been seen. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.